One ordinary evening in a densely populated megalopolis, a huge crack appeared right in the middle of the sky, and people observed a strange blue glow coming out of that crack in the sky. This bright blue light quickly spread throughout the world, and the people called it mana. Only a small part of the inhabitants of the planet, who had a special susceptibility to mana, received special opportunities and abilities due to this light. People began to call such special inhabitants of the planet awakened, but suddenly the flow of mana from the sky dried up. But the crack in the sky persisted. Many people had gotten used to the fact that there was this crack in the sky and had stopped paying any attention to it. But suddenly, all over the world, portals began to appear again, through which the blue color seeped out. But this time something very strange and sinister happened. As if out of nowhere, a stream of blue light replaced the red color, and scary big monsters began to appear outside. The people nicknamed such openings gates. Terror and fear gripped the inhabitants of the planet, because an endless stream of these monsters came out, scaring everyone around. Panic and chaos engulfed the entire population of the city, but among this frightened crowd there was one hero who was not afraid to make a challenge to these terrible monsters. And from that moment on, there was a cataclysm in the world. I thought that once I became awake and aware, everything would change. I just didn't want to work my ass off anymore. Seeing nothing happen, it's not what I dreamed of. I certainly never wanted to fall in this unequal battle oppressed and defeated. But now I have superpowers, and I have to protect this planet and my loved ones. In the next moment, an incredibly powerful throw releases a razor-sharp dagger from our hero's hands, which unfortunately bounces off the huge ice monster, and does it no harm. From such insolence, the monster is very angry and prepared to deliver his crushing blow. His throw was so powerful that it took an incredible effort just to stay on his feet. In the next second, the monster managed to knock our hero down, and falling into a huge abyss, a flood of new thoughts swept over him. I just wanted to be a friend to someone, meaningful in this life. But it seems like I'm just a useless D-rank maker. Everyone laughed at me if I introduced myself as a hunter. And after all the long days of battles and battles, I knew my life would end like this someday. I just knew it, that's all. It seems that even the monster understood my thoughts and no longer cared about me. He lost all interest in me. The ignominious death of an unrecognized hero. No, it's too soon for me to leave this world. I'm not done, and I'm not done yet. The ice monster came to life again to destroy our hero with its last powerful strike. But in the next instant, our hero's train of thought made it possible to create countless mana swords that attacked the ice monster and felled it to the ground. No, I don't want to end up like this, just like a normal D-rank support with a maker weapon creation class. If only I could become stronger, I could change everything then. The next instant, a notification popped up in front of the hero. He was informed that he had met all the preliminary prerequisites to become a player. A new system notification appeared in front of him. Welcome Shin player. We see someone hurrying and rushing somewhere, running as fast as he can. Making his way through the thick forest, past the interfering branches. He wants not to be late and to be on time for this important meeting. It's such an important day, and he can't be late today. There he is, the girl said with relief in her voice. Next to her, wearing armor, sat on a tree stump a serious-looking young man who was not surprised at the newcomer's lateness for such an important event. This is Kim Jimin and Lim Daw0n, from the Daw0n Guild. Our hero, barely out of breath, apologized to his friends for being a little late. This is Shin, our main character. The girl and the knight in armor were not too upset, and cheered up their friend, patted him on the shoulder and said that he was not too late. It's all right, we can go inside, they are waiting for us, said the girl. Our hero smiled with relief and said okay. Although inside, he couldn't stop criticizing himself for being late. He has been a member of this guild for 3 months now, and this is his first battle raid. But he was late. The heroes prepared to enter the portal. Determined to show himself at his best, our hero stepped forward. He told himself he had to prove he was the best. Inside, he was met by a fellow guild member who realized that for our hero, this is the first raid because he is very excited. This is Moon, B-rank hunter. Daw0n Guild's guildmaster and Daw0n Guild's close-range dealer. Shin didn't immediately find something to say, a little confused. He had been in dungeons as a helper a few times before. A helper doesn't have the ability to fight as effectively as hunters, so they need to be more careful where they are. It's very easy to get into a fight if you're close, and if you're far away you can get hurt because no one can protect you. So the best option is to keep a safe distance, and it's also important to listen to what your fellow guild members are saying, to pay close attention to the signals they give. It seems simple, doesn't it? It really is, agreed our protagonist. Shin is a little worried because he doesn't have any additional weapons, but his colleague calmed him down and told him who has nothing to worry about because this is a very simple dungeon and a first for our hero. At that moment, one of the team members felt mana flows. That's right, there is a monster here. This is coming from Lee, C-rank hunter. The leader of the group gave the command that everyone should prepare for battle and form a fighting order. Lim asked his friend in arms if there were any particular manifestations of this monster's presence. The latter answered him that he sees 3 small mana and 1 large mana, so that's plenty to say that there's a really big monster there. Very strange, thought the group leader, because usually these places don't have such large monsters. Attention, everyone get ready for battle. I'll take the main boss, you take care of the others. The groups ask our hero how long it takes to make a dagger, and he tells them, about 20 seconds if you hurry. But that's only about a minute and a half. That's enough time, says our group leader, and he asks our hero to start making daggers. The next second, a pack of small but very angry monsters with sharp teeth and long claws washed towards our group. Their appearance and behavior changes depending on what mana stones they have consumed. These are the monsters that live and grow in dungeons thanks to mana stones. Our group is ready to attack and rushes into battle with enthusiasm. One of the warriors raises his shield high into the sky and smashes it with all his might against the ground right in front of the monsters. The impact was so strong that the earth shook from the vibration, and many monsters flew apart. Now it was our girl's turn to demonstrate her fighting ability. Her fist jerked forward to deliver the first blow. With tremendous power, her fist flies straight at the big monster's head. She also manages to do a somersault and land behind the monster while it is still flying in the air, defeated by the impact. One by one, the monsters continue to attack them. The girl notes that these monsters are quite fast, dodging not what she would expect. She warns her colleague that 2 monsters are approaching him. The shield fighter commands that he needs additional magic, then one of the group members prepares to create it. In the next instant, huge streams of fire energy straight from the group member's hand, illuminating the entire dungeon around with a bright and yellow light. Fiery explosions and balls of flame fill the space around our group. Our heroes are elated, and with a slight smile they note that everything went well. The protagonist sees how effective the team is and understands how the guild operates in real combat. He's almost ready to make his own weapon. So the daggers are ready. He is told not to get distracted because there is no time for that, and to concentrate on creating the daggers. The quality of the daggers depends on how high the mana level of the user who creates them is. Hold the dagger, says our hero to one of the warriors, and the next second he rushes forward to strike the monster. With the help of his special features, he transforms the weapon into a new kind, the quality of which depends on the user's mana level. After a while, this weapon disappears. The huge maw of the snarling monster passes right next to our hero's hand. At that very second, a strong swing of the arm destroys the monster. The monster's head falls to the ground, and the weapon immediately disappears. The leader of the group asks his friends if everyone is okay or if anyone is hurt. The protagonist realizes that this guild is even better than he thought it was, and that each of the warriors individually is beautiful. But together they create an incredibly powerful force. Their work is flawless. He notes how efficiently they fight, and that one day they will become the best guild. The question is only in the additional battles, the inner criticism awakens again our hero, that in comparison to them he is just a pathetic creator of weapons. He regrets that he was only able to create 1 dagger, and that he was constantly distracted. Does he deserve to be on the same team with them? The next second his flow is interrupted by words of praise from one of the group members, who says he did a great job. Our protagonist confesses to him what he thinks of himself. Supposedly he was ineffective in this battle. His colleague looks puzzled. He tells him that he was able to save a lot of money with his daggers. He explains to him that even if he had had the opportunity, he would not have been able to afford such a weapon. But thanks to the help of our protagonist, he was able to create such a powerful dagger. So that's why they needed a weapon maker on the team. The warrior doesn't hesitate to praise our hero and tells him of a job well done in this dungeon on his first combat trip. Shin replies that he looks forward to the next time, and that he will do the best that he can. So now let's collect all the valuables that are here, says one of the team members. But no sooner have they started packing up after the battle than the ground begins to shake under their feet. They are frightened, because thanks to the earthquake the dungeon may collapse and they will stay there forever. At that moment they notice that one of the walls had collapsed to form a huge hole. The man with the staff began to check what was going on around them. He explained to them that there is a pattern here and a connection to this place. Maybe it's some kind of secret passage to another place. Some were even excited, thinking it was a secret passageway to new deposits of riches and jewels. What else? This opinion is shared by the warrior girl, who is eager to go inside. The group leader asks if something inside can be recognized and is told that it cannot. A quick analysis is made and a decision is made to move forward. The decision is made and everyone starts moving. Barely containing her emotions, the girl runs ahead of the group, anticipating the jewels. But the next moment, a huge monster appears right in front of them. It was a trap. It was a trap. Everyone turned around and began to scatter to the side. How was this even possible? The protagonist, with terror in his eyes, runs away as fast as he can. Unfortunately, the whole group dies except for him. This monster was not supposed to be in this dungeon. The hero tells himself that he has never heard of such a monster that could not be detected with magic. That's just unbelievable. It continues to chase our hero and is about to catch him off guard. He almost catches him. The monster strikes with incredible force, and the protagonist, as a soccer ball, flies away. He hits the ground with terrible force, and blood flows from his mouth. He orders himself to pull himself together because he doesn't want to die like this. He immediately starts creating daggers to defeat the monster. The daggers are ready, and he launches them into the battle. The first dagger hits the monster in the chest but does not do any damage and bounces away. Now the monster is even more angry, and with all his strength he hits the ground on which the hero is standing, and he falls under the water. While he is still conscious, he thinks about the fact that his life may end like this, and that he was not able to help his team with his abilities. He finally met the very guild that always needed him, but he couldn't show all his abilities. And in the end he is defeated, and couldn't do anything. Probably someone else in his place would have done more. Regret for his sad fate envelops his heart. It was a dream he would never be able to realize. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. It said that he had fulfilled all the prerequisites to become a player. His eyes opened wide in amazement. A bright light flashed all around him. A scream of joy and air bubbles burst from his mouth. New system notification. Welcome, Shin. The protagonist is very much surprised, and a new system notification pops up saying that there is a reward waiting for him, and a question: does he want to check this reward? The choice is yes or no. Being in such a situation underwater, he has no other choice but to press yes. He is completely unaware of what is happening, and after his choice he can step on virtual daggers underwater. He rises to the surface and sees the very monster that is here. New notification. The protagonist is informed that he has the ability to inherit past life experiences. After that, a blue aura forms around his body, but the monster also stares fiercely at the protagonist. Notice, his bounty is fully loaded and ready. A bright flash of blue light illuminates his gaze, and a blue glow appears in his eyes. Then a huge number of balls made of mana fly towards the monster and hit it from all sides. These swords knock the monster to the ground. What just happened? Our hero cannot gather his thoughts. What's going on in my head, he thought. Some new thoughts that weren't there before, memories I never knew I had. As he thought about his new sensations, the monster lunged to attack. A fist flies towards the protagonist, but he blocks this blow by creating a protective shield. The swords don't seem to have done any damage, and the monster is full of strength, attacking again. Even if it is a golem-type monster, it has impressive strength. The protagonist felt the strength to fight this monster. Thanks to his new memories, he realizes that the monster's weaknesses are the same as before, so there is a chance to defeat it. This type of monster has almost no vulnerabilities because it has the ability to regenerate from injuries. If that's true, then this monster only needs to take multiple blows from different directions. The protagonist activates a matrix network around him. Thanks to the structure formed, a multitude of swords struck the monster from different directions. The protagonist gathered all his strength into a fist, and more swords began to strike the monster from all sides. A bright flash illuminated the surroundings, and an explosion erupted, shattering the monster into pieces. Shin breathed a sigh of relief that it was finally over. He had not expected such a quality of attack from his newly acquired abilities, so he was beginning to have more faith in his own strength. A new notice appears. He defeated the boss, but he still can't see the dungeon information or monster information. The data is closed. A strange glow begins to appear over the monster's ruins. New message again. New ability level activated. Magic absorption. A small-sized sphere appears on his hand. He has no idea what it is. Okay, we need to figure out what just happened, he says to himself. A new notification appears, saying that he is inheriting an experience from last time. What last time exactly? He doesn't understand it. This is some other self from the future, he says to himself. In this future, the whole world has fallen. It doesn't exist. Things have happened that are so terrible it's better not to talk about them. And yet he's been able to gain all this experience and knowledge. Well, even if it is the future, it's probably not the future I'm in now. A lot of different variables and things that all depend on. Status tells him that he can't still see some things from his past life. So really he has become a real player. A term that only a select few of the awakened, that is, a very small number of people, could be called players. According to his memories at that time, players didn't exist yet. 2 years ago, only a handful of select few had been chosen to be called players. The blue notification screen was only shown to those who were chosen, and such a new thing called the system came as a shock to many. But that wasn't all that was gained. Something else went to them besides that. Each player received a different reward. They got powers and abilities parallel to what they had as awakened. The system itself and the rewards came out of nowhere. And because of this, many players were able to develop faster compared to the rest of the awakened. All thanks to the work of the guild leader who was chosen as a player. The Daw0n Guild. A guild that I was a member of, and was able to help it become a first-class guild. I had nothing to do with it directly, but it was a kind of catalyst for my growth in my past incarnation. Now I can check abilities through a special system window. I didn't think it was that convenient before. It seems that our abilities had an accumulative current, because in past incarnations I didn't possess such power. It's possible that this new reward is only given to me. The ability to absorb magic, the ability to store energy in dungeons. Okay, that's a lot of stuff. I'll think about it later. My poor guild members, they are crushed by the monster's crushing blow. Now you need to take care of the affairs of your guild members. Association headquarters. 2 office workers were discussing among themselves about what happened to one of the employees in the dungeon. This is very strange. A guild that was small in size attacked an unconfirmed dungeon, and they had an incident. 4 out of 5 people died. Only 1 survived, which was D-rank supporter. The boss is surprised by the behavior of this hero because usually in similar situations someone runs away leaving his colleagues in trouble. But in this situation, he was even able to take care of the fallen warriors. Unfortunately, Gate has already disappeared, so there's no way to get more information. The girl suggested that he was able to do something terrible by killing one of his fellow guildmates. To which the boss replied that it wasn't a situation that normally happens these days. Even if something strange happens, we can only draw conclusions from the information we receive. The boss tells the girl that this is not a situation that happens all over the place these days. Because hunters disappear in situations like this and don't write a report about it. If they file that report with the association and it goes to auction, all they will get is just a small amount of money, so they prefer to risk their lives and do such raids covertly. After all, it's almost impossible for such a small guild to beat the bids in the auction. Still, call him for further investigation or something, or else I should leave. The girl understands everything perfectly and says goodbye to her leader. While he's walking down the hall, he's thinking about the case. He knows something's wrong. Some gut feeling tells him that there's something wrong. First of all, he felt completely relaxed and at ease when this case was being investigated. He has virtually no experience whatsoever. It wouldn't be strange if he started to panic. There were some gaps in his story, but overall he reported everything clearly. Maybe it's just his typical behavior. I've seen it before. Something's not right, I can feel it. That's why it's frustrating that I can't figure it out. Well, that's not something I need to worry about right now. Meanwhile, our hero was walking down the street and scrolling through the news on his phone. He was looking for something like this. No matter what I think about it, there's something wrong here. This dungeon isn't in my past memories. That said, each of the guild members had checked in on a special form for this gate. There was even an association stamp here. But if it's not registered as an unconfirmed gate from the association, then someone cheated either the association itself or the Daw0n Guild. Or maybe the association itself is involved in this case. This all seems very strange, but what I find most disturbing is that it didn't just happen to the Daw0n Guild. As the investigator of this case had already told me, cases of missing people were becoming commonplace these days. Almost every guild in the news had a similar case. and each of them included outstanding leaders and players, some of whom would be called heroes in the future. There's definitely someone involved. Someone who wants to erase the very existence of the concept of a hero. All I have to do now is keep my powers well hidden from the public eye. I'm the survivor of this whole missing persons thing. So if I do anything suspicious, I'll be captured immediately. Whether to prepare, I must mobilize every ability and skill I have. I must find a way to develop them further without attracting additional attention. All I have to do is choose the right direction and I'm ready. 1 year later, in the dense thicket of the forest, the sounds of a battle long in progress can be heard. A warrior is fighting another monster. His strong sword strike does no damage. Then the sword breaks in half. The monster does not miss the chance and strikes back, knocking the hero down. With what's left of his sword, he tries to stop himself from pushing further into the depths of the forest. With terror in his eyes, he discovers that this monster is quite powerful. At the same time, the monster leaps up and tries to deliver another powerful blow. Barely dodging, our hero quickly flies away. The whole team is frozen in amazement and daze from what they have seen. The monster is not going to stop. It is only gaining momentum to inflict another damage to our heroes. This is Null Lord, Danger Level D, a high-ranked Null entity. It has physical abilities that exceed those of Naverge Null. The leather of a Null, if not only physically firm, it also reflects, in demand by magic-affiliated hunters. The warrior is surprised to find that a monster of this level can easily defeat anyone in E-rank dungeon. He trembles with fear. In the next second, the monster doesn't let our hero think any further, and strikes again from the side. Another member of the team comes to the rescue, blocking the blow with his powerful shield. Barely holding back the onslaught and pressure of the enemy, he is barely on his feet and ready to fall to the ground. He notes that they won't last that long if the monster continues to deliver such crushing blows. They'll have to try to do something to damage it back. No matter what it takes, he shouted loudly. The death god of low-level hunters. The reason Null Lords are called that isn't just because of their superior physical abilities. Because monsters of that rank or weak to magic, no matter how low-level an adventurer party is, they highly rely on magic. However, Null Lords don't follow that logic. The hunters WHO were confident with just low-ranked magic, faced fear for the first time, and the cost of their impudence and complacency would usually be the annihilation of the party. The warrior notes that he is the only one in the group who could do anything to the monster, but his personal weapon is unfortunately destroyed. Meanwhile, the warrior with the shield can barely hold off the onslaught of the fierce monster. The warrior says to himself that if he had known it was going to be this difficult, he could have brought more men with him for this raid. But he's conserving resources, so there's only a couple people and one mage. What if we ask for help from that man with the pickaxe who's mining gems over there? Wonders internally to our character in the main plan. Helper doesn't participate in the fight itself, but has the role of collecting and transporting byproducts such as magic stones. As long as they have a little mana sensing ability, anyone can do it, so their treatment and recognition among the Awakeners isn't great. Is basically the team's errand boy. Well, we could try to call this guy for help. Why not? We're all about to die, but that guy is just carelessly. Meanwhile, our protagonist has managed to make another blade. Does he have a maker aptitude? I can't expect much for the quality, but still, he says to himself in his mind. He decides to call out to our hero to draw his attention to the general problem of fighting the monster. The hero is distracted from his occupation and turns to look at the one who called him. The warrior hurries over to him and asks in an excited voice if he can make swords. Yes, our hero answers cheerfully and confidently. The warrior asks him to make a very good sword that will withstand multiple blows. I apologize, but I joined as a helper and not a support. Our hero responds. The warrior with a sense of hopelessness says that now is not the best time for such statements because they will all die soon, and that if they can't defeat that monster, he will die too. Our hero sighs and tells the warrior that he has a certain condition. He asks the warrior to forget about everything that he will see after the battle, asks the warrior to forget about the abilities and capabilities of our hero, which he will now demonstrate. He also asks him to pay him the standard rate, so as not to attract unnecessary attention to himself. The warrior in a rage pounces on him with a lot of questions and does not understand what our hero thinks he is. It's even funny, our hero notes. A good weapon is essential to clearing a dungeon like this. I guarantee that as soon as you have this missing element in the current battle, you will immediately make this dungeon clean of any monsters. Well, then be ready for the show, says the protagonist confidently. And now we are transported back to the metropolis, where we see the headquarters of one of the country's leading guilds. We hear the clacking of heels from the confident gait of a beautiful woman on the expensive floor in the reception area of the big boss. A man's voice authorizes her to step inside the luxurious office. This is the guildmaster, and he has received a request for cooperation. A pretty girl informs him. The guildmaster ponders what this request really is, and that those who made such a request to him will pay any price because they have no other choice. There are barely any awakeners. WHO can enter a gate that's been forced closed. The guildmaster is looking at the latest news online and notes to himself that he's seen this face before. A few weeks ago, a dungeon with a ranking error appeared at Daw0n. I happened to have been dispatched to the area, so I dropped by the scene. The guildmaster tells us about an incident in the recent past, and he saw our protagonist in that place. But according to the report, the main character was just an aide. Even if more have been appearing, the chances of an error dungeon are still rare, and the rank error dungeons with survivors can be counted on one hand. But this helper participated in a party where everyone survived not once, but twice. This can't be a coincidence. It seems that more and more rank error dungeons have been appearing recently. A few days ago, a D rank dungeon switched into a B rank, and the entire party annihilated instantly. The Awakeners Association must be having a headache. There are a lot of people criticizing the association. Since it's undoubtedly the job of the Awakeners Association to guess, analyze, and announce the ranks of the dungeons, that juicy at the association must be suffering right now. Well, those with the trespass skill in our guild are gaining more income. Let's take on additional commissions for a while and just watch the situation. The guildmaster finishes his analysis and gives the girl certain instructions. He continues, "Anyway, what about what I asked you to look into?" To which the girl with red hair replies embarrassed, "I looked into it here and there, but I couldn't find a weapon maker. WHO is A-ranked or higher, but I received a B-ranked weapon from a Japanese blacksmith. Would you like to test it? You know how any weapon below a ranked will get destroyed as soon as I use my skill." To which the guildmaster replies, "Oh well, there are few makers WHO are willing to start with. Keep looking into it for now. I'm reaching my limit of wasting weapons like this," says the man getting up from his chair. "Yeah, I got it," replies the girl. At that time there is a knock on the door and another man enters the office. He reports to the guildmaster that something strange has happened. The stout man in the white shirt continues his report. The dispatch request sent by the association. I checked the location, and it's the D-rank dungeon where some of our newbies entered as a free attack team. Then the guildmaster asks him his question. And what was the measured rank after they entered? The man answers the guildmaster, C rank, and an upper C rank at that. The guildmaster sighs heavily and says, "I can't lose my newbies. It seems like an urgent situation, so I'll go myself." We are transported to the center of the city, where ordinary people and journalists are crowded around a huge portal. Security won't let anyone get close. Journalists notice that representatives of one famous guild are approaching them. All cameras immediately turn towards the very three people who were talking in the office a while ago. Everyone is interested in the current rumors and the situation with the request for cooperation between the two guilds. The guild leader is then greeted by a girl who greets him with an extremely excited voice. "Thank you for coming. I didn't know that you would come yourself." Guildmaster Yoon. He gets straight to the point and asks her about the current situation. The girl continues, "The attack team members WHO went in are 6 hunters, 2 supports, and 1 helper. They all have higher than the required qualifications, but those numbers are meaningless, seeing as the dungeon has been reanalyzed as a C-rank dungeon." The guildmaster asks the girl her next question. "How long has it been since the attack team entered?" The girl quickly answers him, "Around 2 hours. "That's a long time," notes the guildmaster. "I don't know how many people are still alive, but I'll do what I can." The girl respectfully thanks him for his willingness to look into the situation. Together they stand at the entrance to the portal. A large suitcase is on the floor and the girl is ready to take out something interesting from her purse at the request of her boss. The guildmaster seems to be up to something. He holds out his hand and at the same time a large-sized sword appears from the girl's purse. The girl's name is Minimum B-rank support. class subspace opener. The secretary of the Overkill Guilds has the ability to create a subspace inside of places that are covered and closed off. She hands the sword to her superior. Full of determination and courage, with a confident look, the guildmaster takes the first fiery swing of his sword. Skill Trespass. He slices the portal in half with his strike. A skill where, by forcefully pushing your way into the racks of mana, one can knock down any wall in the form of barriers, including gates. However, when moving into another dimension, the Trespass skill only works on the user. The girl tells him to be careful and holds out another sword. The guild leader goes inside while the others stand back and watch. A grim picture appears before the guild leader's eyes. The smell of the recent battle can still be smelled in the room. The remains of monsters are scattered everywhere. There was complete chaos and death was flying through the air at the speed of light. The guild head notes that since the temperature and humidity here is so high, it must be a reptilian monster. Seeing how there are no pollutants on the floor, it's a monster with some level of intelligence and thoughts. And considering the rank of the dungeon, the answer is simple. Lizard Man, and quite old ones at that. Lizard Man. Danger Level D, a reptile-human monster that lives in groups of tribal units. Compared to the other human-type monsters, they have a considerably longer life, and their lifespan, intelligence, and fighting power are proportionate. You can guess the size of the group and their fighting power by looking at the corpses of the lizard men, and also the level of the distress party that was identified in the preliminary report. They might all be dead by now. The guild leader thought. I couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario. But when I arrived at the location of the party, what I saw in front of my eyes was something I never could have expected. With great surprise, the guild leader discovers that the battle between our heroes and the huge lizards is still going on. Sharp swords and arrows are flying towards the monsters, and the agility and strength of the team is amazing. One by one they kill the monsters, but others immediately appear as if out of nowhere. The guild leader continues his analysis of the situation. Judging from their movements and speed, the lizard men are way stronger. If so, the difference it's not too late. At this time, terrifying sword strikes and violent energy blasts fill the surroundings in this battle of man and monster. One of the members of the group is about to be defeated, and the evil monster has already swung his sword. But in the distance, we see our protagonist running to the aid of his friend to save his colleague from the dirty claws of the reptile. Magic intervenes, and the head of the guild notes to himself that this kind of weapon he did not expect to see here. In front of him, our protagonist appears at full height, with blue mana coming out of his hands, and his head burning so brightly that their glow is visible even in this semi-darkness of the dungeon. Their gazes cross and they notice each other's presence. Meanwhile, the active phase of the battle continues, and the fight doesn't even think of subsiding. Our protagonist is trying to count the number of monsters that are fighting the warriors at the moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on. He notes that there are only 10 of them now, although he remembers exactly that the total number of monsters was only 9 pieces. The guild leader asks him with undisguised irritation in his voice what he's doing here, instead of actually helping them in the battle. In the next second, a powerful sword strike throws the warrior aside a great distance, hitting the ground loudly. He discovers for himself that this time it was truly painful. The ferocious beast tries to finish the job and swings his sword for a crushing blow. Just then, a mage appears beside his colleague in time to take care of his friend and save him from the evil monster. At that moment, the guild leader uses his powers, and everything around him lights up with a bright white light. Our protagonist notes to himself that he didn't expect to see such a weapon on the guild leader. With his pickaxe on his shoulder, he turns to watch the events unfold. With a swift rush forward, the guild leader blocks the monster's strike on the warrior lying on the ground. A flash of fire illuminates the surroundings as the two swords make contact. The guild leader commands the mage to pull the warrior away while he fights the monster himself. They thank him and move away to a safe distance. The guild leader's next sword strike knocks the weapon out of the monster's hands, and then the guild leader delivers a series of blows so fast that the monster has no time to react. The monster is defeated, and a green-colored liquid flows from its wounds, confidently demonstrating to the others that the monster on the castle is not a threat. The guild leader turns his back to it and looks ahead at our team. He states, "I haven't even used my strength to my fullest potential yet. Sure, it's a B-grade weapon, but it's just too weak." But another monster is already rushing towards him with great speed, swinging his sword and ready to avenge the fallen lizard of his monster brigade. In the next second, the guild leader's sword strikes the wild beast with a terrifying swift blow. There is a moment of silence and a pause in the current battle. So the two heroes decide to discuss the situation. Our hero asks the guild leader a question. Does this happen every time with a weapon when he uses his abilities, because the weapon doesn't last long and gets destroyed? To which the guild leader ironically asks a counter-question if our protagonist is looking for trouble. But the next second the guild leader's face lights up with a blue light, and he watches in amazement as a brand new blade appears in front of his nose. "Take it," says our hero, and as if to hold the sword forward through the air. The guild leader notes that the sword came out of nowhere literally from a couple of magical gestures. A weapon maker, not just an average one. He's extremely competent and skilled. But then how come he's acting as a helper? I have heard of low-grade supporters who are low on money who act as helpers quite often. But the guild leader's thoughts are interrupted by our hero's words. However, there's a condition. After you clear and leave the dungeon, you must forget everything about my skills and me. To which the guild leader replies that it is not easy to forget what he has just seen. The sword disappears into thin air, and the protagonist says with a frustrated voice, "If you don't want it, go ahead and smash all your high-class weapons." Inwardly, the guild leader ponders again and agrees to the terms. All the while, the ferocious monsters continue to attack our team of heroes. In the next instant, the guild leader attacked the monster in a swift jump. The monster had already prepared to repel the blow. The two swords clashed in a deafening fiery blast. The guild leader makes another attempt, and his sword is still intact, while the monster's weapon is shattered to pieces. In his thoughts, the guild leader is contemplating what's going on. I was only planning on deflecting the attack. The opponent's weapon got smashed first. My control over the weapon was way more than usual yet. Is the weapon itself just remarkably strong? The weapon maker who can manifest a weapon that's at least over B grade on the spot? At this moment, he is distracted by the monster, who now has another weapon in his hands and is swinging for another strike. With a decisive rush forward, the guild leader delivers a devastating blow to the monster, and the whole area is illuminated by swirls of blinding energy. Jumping over the monster from its back, the guild leader swings his fire blade. For the final blow, he plunges his sword deep into the monster, causing it to roar at the top of its voice throughout the dungeon. Streams of green liquid fountain out of its mouth. The monster is destroyed. The guild leader notes that there is not a scratch on the blade. At this time, the joyous team members run up to him and thank him. The guild leader is happy to note that none of the team members are injured. Meanwhile, our hero collects mana crystals, while the other members of the team discuss the past battle and the participation of the mysterious guy. Thanks to that person there, they managed to hold out. The guild leader turns towards our hero to ask his name. He replies, "What's the point in learning the name of a mere helper?" The guild leader explains to him that they must address each other somehow, and he tells him his name. The protagonist, after some thought, stands up and says his own. "I'll leave the mana stones at the gate entrance," the protagonist offered. The guild leader stopped him and offered to go with him to the boss. He continued his thought. "This dungeon has already turned into an error dungeon. That means if we don't defeat the boss, no one can get out, whether they're a helper or a supporter. As you saw before, no weapon can completely endure my skills. Isn't it pointless if I smash the weapon you made for me?" To which our protagonist replied that it was simply impossible that the weapon he created would be damaged in any way in battle. But the guild leader corrected him. "That's what you think. This is a class error dungeon. Creatures that inhabit this place are monsters far beyond the average lizard man. And if the boss lurking in there is the same, no amount of caution we take would be excessive." The protagonist sighed in surprise at those words. He agreed to leave his belongings behind and move forward with the guild leader. There were only occasional faint lights from the fading torches on the walls. It was as if a separate entrance had been hung with them on purpose, right in the middle of this huge hall with a cold stone floor. A rustle and a light hissing sounded somewhere in the depths of this dark hole. Our heroes stopped their pacing and began to listen intently to the rolling noise, which gradually crept up on them with the slight vibration of paws clattering on the floor. Suddenly before them appeared exactly him, the most important monster of this dungeon. Lizard King, danger level C+. The final form reached by a lizard man after more than a century of survival and shedding. Despite its small size, its strength and speed are many times that of a normal lizard man. It would be better for them to ignore any of the already existing danger levels and information they have. With a smile on his face, the guild leader suggested to get this monster over with quickly. In his opinion, if they delayed, They risked losing another blade that might just break in half. To which our protagonist slightly angrily noted once again that such a thing is simply impossible. If you can't trust it, just test it out, he added. Anticipating the final battle, the monster bared his snow-white fangs and smiled broadly. The next second he commanded his faithful reptile to attack. With a look of anger and rage in his red eyes, the beast lunged forward to attack. Our heroes didn't stand still either, and were ready for this battle. They jumped forward to face the final battle in this dungeon. The guild leader's eyes turned bright orange and he swung his new sword to strike. The beast froze for a second and then let out a roar of deafening intensity. The guild leader covered himself with his sword and reflected the sound wave. It was noticeable that this beast was powered by the mana crystals. It was dotted all over its body. The guild leader once again gathered himself and tensed all the muscles in his body to make a powerful leap forward. In the next second, the main monster also jumped forward with its long and sharp spear. The ringing of steel and fiery sparks flew in all directions after their weapons made contact. Their gazes crossed and it was not clear which one of them was stronger at the moment. They bounced off each other like basketballs, only to fight again a moment later. The main monster saddled his beast, whose exhalations were like tongues of hot flames. Standing on the back of his beast, the monster gave a command to it, and huge flames of great heat flew towards the guild leader. His sword defense was obviously not enough, so at the same second a large shield appeared in front of his eyes, which protected him from the thermal burn. Our protagonist entered the battle. Strongly angered that his fiery roar had no result, the beast leaped forward and knocked the guild head off his feet. "Weren't you a weapon maker?" he asked the protagonist. "A shield can also become a weapon," he answered. The head of the guild could ask our hero a lot of things, but for now the fight is not over yet. The main monster in its typical manner decides to show a new and unexpected surprise. A knife flying on a long chain pierces the air with a whistling sound. Rings of steel coil around the sword. This trick serves its purpose to wrest his weapon from the guild leader's hands. But he wastes no time in rushing forward at the snarling beast. "Stop playing around and fight properly," declared our protagonist. In a flash, the guild leader's new sword appears in his hand and he rushes to attack. His old sword disappears as suddenly as it appeared. With stunning speed, he delivers a couple of blows that split the jaws of the wild beast. The main monster is clearly not happy with what it has seen. In the next second, a sword flies at him. The monster barely manages to dodge. They came close again. Only this time the initiative is definitely on the guild leader's side. Without wasting a second, the guild leader gives the monster a powerful kick in the stomach, which makes him fly away, losing his weapon. After hitting the ground, the monster has no time to regain consciousness, but the guild leader is already flying towards it for another strike. He takes a swing, while the monster just sits on the floor without any movement or plans. A crushing blow with swirls of fire illuminates the dungeon, after which the monster loses his left arm. His gaze falls on the figure behind him, all this time watching from the depths of the dungeon. He grabs his spear and runs swiftly towards our hero. The impact of his spear stops against an invisible barrier of mana wall. The monster clearly wasn't expecting that. "Who do you think you're pointing a weapon at?" With his leadership stance and bright blue eyes glowing brilliantly, our hero confidently utters his question. At the same time, the guild leader, determined to finish the job, approaches the enemy from behind. The monster's face reflects the severity of the current battle. We are transported back to the city, where reporters and mere spectators are standing frozen by an open red portal. "It's opening," shouted the people in the crowd. The portal began to change its color to blue. Our warriors began to emerge from it. A buzz of voices filled the square. Everyone was curious to know if they had managed to clear the dungeon, how many wounded, what loot they had brought with them. The reporters rushed towards the guild head and pelted him with their questions as usual. An office employee asked him if he was all right, while the team members once again thanked him for the trek. Our protagonist handed over the bag of crystals to one of the office staff. He was about to leave because he had already received his payment in advance. Taking one last glance in the direction of the cheering crowd, he turned around and left. A bit confused, the guild leader gave an interview. He wanted to say that there was someone else besides him, but when he turned around, he didn't find the guy who had helped the entire team survive. The team members, as if not realizing what had happened, were telling the reporters about the broken weapons. So the guild leader rushed to one of them and shook him by the shoulders, telling him that it was all thanks to the guy who made the weapons for them. Everyone began to look at each other. It seemed that no one seriously understood who they were talking about, and that such a person could have such abilities. The team members were confused because they wouldn't recall the pickaxe thanks to which our hero managed to collect all the mana crystals. A cold sweat ran down the guild leader's back. Unpleasant thoughts began to appear in his head. They all received weapons from him, so why does it seem like they forgot? Rental pay. How did that person use a skill exclusive to a rank or higher makers? The office staff knew something was wrong because their boss's behavior was disturbing. Before they could figure out what was wrong, the head of the guild, like a bullet, ran over the horizon in search of our hero. When he came to the place where he thought our hero might be, he found no one. Naturally, the guy with the pickaxe who had helped them in the dungeon had already left. The guild leader stopped to take a breath and catch his breath. The members of his office had already approached him, while our hero stood calmly somewhere in the distance. "I want you to find me someone," the guild leader gave the order. Meanwhile, at the guild headquarters, "I've found Shin Junso's location. This is the guild head secretary speaking." She continued. "Around 1 o'clock today, for a 5-member party, he entered a D-rank dungeon around Songpa GU. Good work. If it's Songpa GU, it's not too far." In a voice he praised her. His secretary waited patiently for her moment to ask a question. "Guildmaster, there's something I want to ask. Junso is just a D-ranked maker. So why are you interested in him?" Guildmaster answers. "Is that what it seems like to you, Hisu? A D-ranked maker, of course, they can't think otherwise. His status background. Since all the information is saying that he's a D rank. But rental pay, that skill alone refutes all of that. Now we'll find out what it is. Rental pay. Rank A in payment of materializing and lending an object can compel a request to the lender. The scope and compulsion of the request depend on the user's skillfulness. The skillfulness of rental pay was high, and I've never seen anyone use it like that. An ability that could lead to great fortune is being used only to hide his identity?" The guild leader continued to think aloud about the situation in the dungeon. "A weapon maker like that could easily achieve a level like this. Well, I'll be able to know when I meet him again." The guild leader lowered his gaze to his hand and imagined that he had the hilt of the sword that our hero had created in his fist. That time, "I've never felt something like that. I could finally use my full power without worrying about the weapon breaking." He continued his story. "I've met countless blacksmiths referred to as the greatest blacksmith." In his thoughts, he returned to the workshop of the talented blacksmith who had forged a magnificent blade for him. This strong man had shown him the best of the weapons he had. Even the armorer had not expected to see his weapon transformed into a flaming sword by the talent of the guild leader. And each such sword went through many battles and fights, in which different monsters were defeated. But none of the blades could withstand the tests and were always destroyed, which caused the anger and rage of every next armor maker. Not to mention, the creation ability of makers is limited to the form of normal weapons, but the weapons that he created largely exceeded that of the limitations of abilities and forms, as if such limitations didn't exist in the first place. If it's Junso's abilities, it might be possible. That, which I couldn't use because I didn't have a proper weapon. Leaning against the large wooden table, he exhaled and finished speaking. The clear time of usual D-rank dungeons being cleared by a 5-member party is around 4 hours. There's around 1 hour left, he continued, turning to his assistant. "Hisu, what schedule is left today?" "At 7 p.m. you have a meeting with a guild master Hyunmu." The girl replied, "Please cancel the meeting. I'm going to go ahead of time. I want to avoid any possibility of missing him," said the chief as he was about to leave his large office. Meanwhile, in yet another dark dungeon full of ferocious monsters, another savage monster was struck down by an arrow and a sword, its weapon broken and its body chopped in many places. A man in perfect armor froze in a fighting pose, while his long sword didn't have a scratch. "No way, this is really a weapon a helper made?" He asked himself that question with surprise. If this much mana could destroy the boss's weapon, this must have C rank, no, at least a B rank quality. He couldn't stop being amazed at what he saw. "When my weapon broke into two, I thought we were all done for. But to think the guy who entered as a helper had an ability like this, it's amazing. Simply amazing. I've never seen a sword of this quality before. Thank you so much, helper friend." The knight finished, speaking emotionally, while our hero with the bag headed towards the mana crystals to collect them. The man in armor turned to one of his team members and said, "If you don't have a guild, should we recruit him?" To which the girl replied that it was a great idea. They continued to discuss the protagonist, saying that he didn't deserve to be just a helper. As if not listening to their cheering, our hero was thinking about something else. "I've used more mana than I expected. To think I'd meet a party that would struggle like this even though it's not an error dungeon." If I had just had mana left that time, it wouldn't have been like this. The incredible amount of mana I felt inside the dungeon before. After defeating the golem and using it all, it never reappeared. Our protagonist continued his thought process and conversation within himself. What I feel now is no better than a D-ranked awakener's mana, but it's a relief that there's no big trouble when creating weapons. To think my past life's memories would help me like this. A mana pickaxe appeared in front of his blue eyes out of nowhere. The maker's basic skill, creating, which helps when making a specific object. Although it's a very intuitive skill where the quality is proportionate to the mana used, there's one other method that can help raise the performance of this skill that isn't yet known. That's the level of understanding. Type, sword. Manufacture method, heat metal. The higher the level of understanding of the object being created is, the higher the quality is. The best point of this ability is that as the quality rises, the mana's efficiency also rises. So even if you use the same mana and create the same object based on the level of understanding, there is a meaningful difference in quality. And after that hidden ability was revealed, I remember undergoing harsh training, material research, receiving training from a hunter as a support, going into the workshop and receiving weapon creating lessons. But the feeling I get is more than I expected. After these thoughts, he slammed the pickaxe against a rock with all his might. I don't know how much better it's gotten exactly, but in comparison to the mana being used, this level of quality isn't just additional. But it's true that it's still lacking. He bent forward to collect another large mana crystal. It's hard to use both creating and rental pay. Mana-related equipment is expensive, so there's no way I can get them right now. I can at least get mana potions. It's the only mana-related item that can be mass-produced. He could barely fit another crystal in his bag. I should order some more potions. Although with a helper pay, it's still a struggle. A screen appeared before his eyes. But no one will accept a D-ranked maker as a support, so I have no choice. But the results are good, so it's a relief. Passive skill, mana absorption. The system showed him a notification. You are absorbing and accumulating the polluted mana's energy from the dungeon. When the accumulated mana hits the fixed amount, you will receive a new reward. There's only a bit left until mana absorption hits its accumulation goal. There's around 20% left. A few dungeon clears won't be enough. He continued his musings. One dungeon clear is only a bit more than 1% of mana. The efficiency is too low. Then the only remaining method is to enter a rank error dungeon. In order to absorb a lot of mana at once, this is the only method. Compared to other dungeons, there are several times more mana absorption. And there's a place I've been looking into. The problem is that before I enter, I can't predict the difficulty of the rank error dungeon. The previous error dungeon would have been difficult if that person wasn't there. I need to guess that they're AC ranked boss, and prepare for that. The only method to grow as someone with a D-ranked awakener identity as of now is to check the reward for mana absorption. After that, the protagonist picked up the bag of crystals and headed for the exit. In their usual manner, the players went through the portal into the city and said goodbye to each other. No one noticed our hero, and he noted to himself that his technique had fully worked, and all their memories had been erased. Just as suddenly someone called his name, and a cold fast ran down his back. He turned around and saw the head of the guild who was happily rushing towards him. "Do you remember me?" he said. The protagonist looked at him silently, unable to utter a word out of surprise. His magic didn't work. After a while, the hero came to his senses and hesitantly said, "Will you believe me if I say I don't?" Immediately followed by a short and confident answer of the guild leader. "Nope." He handed him his card. "So what business do you have with me?" As if not realizing what was going on, the protagonist continued to ask his ridiculous questions. "I have something to talk to you about." "Please, give me some time," said the guild leader. The protagonist looked at the business card and saw the name of the guild. The Overkill Guild. It's one of Korea's top 3 guilds. The protagonist kept looking at the business card, as if trying to find something new in it, though at the same time the thoughts in his head were changing one after another. I can't get involved in such a big guild yet. I should give an excuse and get away. Finally, he found nothing better to say and said a short sentence, after which he turned around and left. "I have no time. I have a prior dinner appointment." Before he could take a step, the guild leader's hand fell on his shoulder and stopped his movement. "You won't regret this conversation." Ignoring his amusing excuse, the guild leader said, "I won't take much time, and dinner will be on me." All the while his assistant was looking at the protagonist with her hands clenched, barely containing her irritation. The protagonist turned his head from side to side, looking at the girl and the guildmaster. The position of guildmaster must give you lots of time. To think you'd have the time for a D-rank supporter, he said to the man across from him. Let's say that's true. The man replied briefly and with a smirk. Our hero thought for a moment. I don't like it, but I need to confirm how much of rental pay has worked on him. Finally he said, as if doing them a favor. Fine, then just for a little while. The guild leader smiled widely. Sure, no problem, said the guild leader in response. After that, the protagonist once again turned around and quickly walked away, leaving the guild leader and his assistant behind. Meanwhile, in one of the city's most expensive restaurants, 3 men sat at a table. The guild leader, his assistant secretary, and our protagonist. So then, what business does the guild master of the Overkill Guild have with a D-ranked supporter like me? He asked the guild leader. I doubt it's because you have a lot of time and wanted to do some small talk with me. The guild leader replies, as you have seen, my class is Berserker. As much as I have overwhelming attack power, there is the limit of needing a weapon that can withstand the load. So the most important work for Berserker is to find a supplier of weaponry that matches with them. Of course, I've been to countless places to fulfill this goal, within the country, outside the country, starting from blacksmiths called the top of their field and a few weapon makers, and if there seemed to be even the slightest of possibility, I would commission weapons with no concern for time or money. However, every weapon I've had until now could not withstand my full abilities. At this point, he covered his eyes and lowered his head forward slightly. There has only been one exception, which is the sword you, Shin Junso, created. Our protagonist was thinking is his head. One thing for sure, rental pay didn't work on him at all. I didn't think there was a nullification-style skill in the Berserker class. I was careless. I need to be careful when using it on higher-level hunters. The guild leader continues, let me be straightforward. Would you like to join my guild? Her assistant did not expect such a question from the guild leader and opened her mouth in surprise. I already know that you are not a part of any other guild. If you come to my guild, I promise you will receive the best treatment. We will give you a contracting fee of 10 billion won. We will also pay you separately for your operation expenses and dividends. The contracting time will be 1 year, and every time we extend it we will raise the contracting fee by 10%. The exit details will be in the contract. I am sorry, the protagonist interrupted him, but I don't plan on joining a guild right now. I will have to refuse. Then, if you have nothing else to talk about, I will take my leave. Thank you for your food. After which he got up from the table and prepared to leave. Shin Junso. The guild leader called his name loudly, but he didn't even turn around. Guildmaster, why did you make an offer like that? With surprise in her voice, the girl questioned the guild leader, resenting such generosity. There is no way you made that kind of offer without a reason. But still, those conditions were too Minhisu. He interrupted here before she could finish. If you had experienced what I did at that moment, you wouldn't be able to talk like that. It had been a while, you see, since the scream of the weapon didn't reach my fingertips. With that weapon, it felt like it could take all I had, and actually withstand it. But still, of course, it wasn't just because of that sensual feeling. What do you think the total sum of all of the high-level weapons I've ruined in 1 year is? Taking another sip, he turned to the girl with a question. Yeah. The expenses the guildmaster uses on weapons is definitely astronomical. She was surprised to discover in her thoughts, regardless of them getting destroyed from not being able to withstand the pressure. If it isn't above the searching rank, the guildmaster's abilities won't even be able to release. And then she thought it over and she said, yeah, if that was possible, then the contracting fee you offered would be nothing at all. However, the problem until now is that nobody's been able to do that, including everyone who's been called the best in the field. The fact that man has that ability he does for sure. The guild leader said confidently because he had seen it with his own eyes. That's why he continues. Regardless of what I have to offer him, I want to recruit him at all costs. We are transported to a city where our protagonist is walking down the street and thinking about what just happened at the restaurant. To think the day would come where I would reject a scout offer from a top 3 guild. Overkill Guild and Yoon Taeyeon, it would definitely be a big help, but it's too early right now. Well, it's okay. Let's wait patiently. He will come find me again for sure. Calming himself down, our protagonist finished his thought analysis. Meanwhile, in another dungeon where there was a troubled battle and many monsters died, interesting events are unfolding. With horror in his eyes, a man with a sword in his hands finds his fellow guild members killed by an unknown warrior. Who are you? With all the severity in his voice, he addresses the stranger. And the unknown warrior replies, "This is quite memorable. At this point, usually people are whining and begging to save them while losing consciousness. Is the person who will become a hero different?" We see a horrible picture of the death of one of the warriors, with a blue-haired stranger standing next to him. "Why so suddenly?" With a tremor in his voice, the sword-wielding warrior addressed his stranger. "Are you trying to kill us and take all of the trophies?" To which the stranger with the huge sword replied, "It's not because of such a boring reason, but I don't want to tell you. I think it will be just a waste of my energy to explain to someone who is about to die, but I will tell you if you defeat me." He clenched his sword tighter in his hands and prepared to strike. "So hurry up and come at me if you don't want to die." With a mocking tone in his voice, the warrior stranger uttered, "He is not an easy opponent. From an ambiguous distance I will die." The warrior was thinking in his head. Then he moved forward to attack without finishing his mental dialogue. "I need to go in with the resolve to lose a leg or arm." The swords crossed and blinding flash of metal lit up the stranger's face with a slight smirk. One by one our warrior tried to damage the stranger, but he easily repelled all attacks. The stranger made a special move to wrest the sword from our warrior's hands. The sword of the warrior swiftly whirled upward. Taking advantage of this moment, the stranger rushed forward to finish the attack. Kneeling without a weapon, the warrior could not believe his eyes that this is how he was about to end his life of utter disappointment. Walking leisurely toward our warrior, the stranger said, "I volunteered in excitement because it was the first hero-ranked subjugation in a year, but to think you would be such a small fry. But still, the bravery it took to run in is commendable." Looking up from below, kneeling on her knees with tears in her eyes, the warrior begged for mercy. With a smirk on his face, the stranger swung the sword without even a thought of mercy. He shouted, "I will send you off cleanly." After his words, he struck a crushing blow and cut the warrior's life short. The smell of death filled the dungeon, and here and there was scattered the bodies of warriors and monsters who had fallen in this battle. "Damn it, I thought I would get to fight for the first time in a while." The unknown warrior continues, "It wasn't even good enough as a warm-up." He is donning an unfair expression. The stranger looked into the eyes of the fallen warrior and said mockingly, "Don't worry, it will be reported that you fought violently against the boss and died heroically." With joy in the voice, he took a picture on his cell phone. Nice. He was happily looking at the pictures of fallen heroes he had on his phone. "My collection has increased," he continues. "I leave for collecting." But something suddenly interrupted his monologue and he stopped. "I hate feeling that shitty energy. So either hide it or at least make it obvious when you are coming in." Turning to the priestess who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Sorry. I came in a push because I heard there was precious ingredients," said a beautiful-looking priestess in expensive attire with a gemstone pendant around her neck, radiating energy all around here. The unknown warrior replied, "What precious ingredients? They were all idiots. That's why I said not to listen to that person and to wait a bit." To which she replied, "Those words." And she continued, "Are you saying that you want to go against the wishes of that person, the executor? Ha, sensitive bastards. I'm just saying, just clean things up well." Turning his back to the priestess, the stranger gave her the request. "Yeah, leave it to me, this is my specialty." Starting her magic, she replied. "And don't forget the promise," he continued, "that you will let me go against an S-ranked hunter. That promise is the only reason I'm hanging out with you. Because of this damned consciousness or whatever, I have to cleanly kill them. And I haven't been able to use my power properly." She interrupted him. Yes, don't worry, I will contact you soon." "Okay, who will come out this time?" With joy in her voice, the priestess said and turned the corpse of the dead warrior into a monster. Like a little girl seeing a new doll for the first time, she was excited about her new monster. What that person said wasn't wrong. An ominous-looking humanoid monster appeared before her eyes, clanking its scary white teeth. Meanwhile, about to embark on a new dungeon, our hero discovers that a friend he knows has come to visit him. It was the head of the guild. He could only be recognized by his suitcase, otherwise he looked like an ordinary guy from the street. A mask was on his face to hide his identity. "Why are you here?" Our protagonist asked the question with a surprise. To which the guild leader replied, "You have a good eye recognizing me right away. There is only one person who I know that carries around a weapon case like that. So why are you here?" the main hero continued. "To attack the gate, of course," the guildmaster replied. "At D rank 8? The hero interrupted him. The guild member that was supposed to go in suddenly got sick. "I'm here as their sub." Our hero understood the guild leader's idea perfectly well, but he interrupted him and said that there was no time, "It's time, let's go." The guild leader commanded. I knew he would come, but this quickly? Oh well, I'll need to adjust my plan, the hero was thinking in his head. Our heroes entered another dungeon. With a confident gait without looking around, they went forward in search of new monsters. The head of the guild turned to our hero and asked him a question. Why won't you join the guild? To which our hero replied, I already rejected the offer. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Looking away with a slight irritation in his voice, our hero said, meanwhile, the two guild representatives were discussing the latest rumors. Did you hear about the auction of the C-ranked gate this morning in Chuncheon? Yeah, I heard. The girl replied. This discussion did not unnoticed by our hero, who was aware of the situation. I heard the Daw0n Guild got it in one go. The man continues, yeah, my friend was there. I heard they told such a high price that nobody could take action. The girl replied, the Daw0n Guild bought a C-ranked gate. Did they find something while discussing these rumors? Our hero stopped and listened to what caught the attention of the guild leader, and he asked the protagonist, are you interested in buying gates? If you come to our guild, I can easily purchase special gates above B rank. Not backing down from his intentions to recruit our hero, the guild leader continued to make his recruitment offers, since there's silent privileges afforded to us through guild name alone. To Awakens, the name of your guild is quite important. You can receive the envy and adoration of the public, and not only receive other jobs, but incomparable revenue and rewards compared to other awakeners. Outside of that, with your vested rights, you can get claims to countless things. In the case of high special gates, for example, you can get an interest ticket. There is a big influence by not just talent, but its dynamic relationship with politics, and the structure makes it so that the rare treasures you can earn through those places are sized naturally by the big guilds. You must have a goal you are working towards as an awakener. Shin Junso. No matter what that is, with the backing of Overkill Guild, it will be easy for you to achieve it. I don't really understand why you are rejecting like that. The protagonist replied angrily, exhaling in an annoyed voice. It's none of your business, he continued, and I vaguely know why you are doing this, since there has probably never been anyone who has rejected a scouting author from the Overkill Guild. So let me make this clear. It doesn't matter what, I won't enter any guild. The guild leader clearly did not expect such a response after his generous offer. His eyes widened in surprise. An awkward pause hung in the air in this gloomy dungeon of foul air. Is this due to the trauma he has from the annihilation of the Daw0n Guild, I read in the report? Or could there be something else? The guild leader was thinking in his head. Regardless of why, I can't give up. Deeper and deeper our heroes went into this gloomy dungeon, and the wizard and his staff lead their way. The guild leader's head got tangled up in something, and one of the team members explained to him that it was the web of big spiders. Okay, from here on out is the monster's territory. An experienced warrior with a shield explained. It seems all your hunters are noobs, so I'll quickly brief you. Although I'm sure you all got the reconnaissance report. The monsters that appear here are Legion Spider. The level of the difficulty for each entity is low. Some special features include that they live in groups, but according to the results of the reconnaissance, there are approximately 50 of them. That's not a lot. They have paralysis poison in their fangs, so be careful not to be beaten. After hearing these words, the guild leader sat down, opened his suitcase and pulled out his sword. They will come soon, he said. Stick close to me, to which our hero replied, don't worry on the helper and just prepare to fight. All combatants must protect the team's supports and helpers. That is the rule that must be followed by hunters, regardless of ability and situation, whether you want me to or not, that is. Before the guild leader could finish his speech, the man with the shield shouted loudly, they are coming. In the next second, the increasing rumble of movement of a large number of spiders startled some of the newcomers. A large spider with red eyes appeared right in the front of our heroes. We can beat them as long as we do as we learned. Calming their newcomers down, the band leader said. Legion Spider. The danger level changes according to the size of the legion. Determined to repel the attack, our heroes took a fighting stance. A huge number of spiders with poisonous stings rushed forward right in them. The first blow with the sword split some spiders in half and a huge amount of green liquid flew around. The man with the sword activating his defense, making a big shield, while the magician illuminated everything around with a bright white light. Powerful discharges of lightning struck directly at the spiders. The teammates strike one after another and acted as a single organism. The third blow of the sword cut some of the spiders in half. Not bad for a D rank. I won't have to worry about them. Analyzing the situation from the outside, noted the head of the guild. but the number of spiders was so large that it surprised even our hero. "I don't think this is just a few dozen spiders," he was thinking in his head. The spiders picked up very close to the guild leader. After that, he activated his abilities, and his sword light up like bright flames. One by one he struck the spiders, and they flew away, slain, and burning like coals in a fire. Each legion spider's durability is quite low, even among the ranked monsters. Even if you don't use the blade itself, all you have to do is release a bit of sword energy. At this rate, I will be able to finish this raid without losing a weapon. The guild leader's thoughts were interrupted by a scream of help. A huge number of monsters surrounded the 3 team members. The man with the shield noted that there were clearly more than 50 of them. The intelligence report was wrong. The spiders continued to arrive. The man with the shield said it would be a very hard fight, and the girl said she was at mana limit. The guild leader rushed to the aid of his colleagues who were in trouble. He turned to our hero to call out to him, but he turned around and walked away in other direction. "Go ahead and help them. I will finish things here and follow you," he shouted. At this time the guild leader discovered that the hero was walking right into the midst of the spiders. With a quick leap forward he rushed to his aid, but the next second our hero stopped as if meditating. His eyes became large, and in them you could see a blue net. Everything around him looked like one big web with spiders moving around in it. And then with one look he sliced the spider in half with blue energy. The guild leader froze in surprise because he'd never seen anything like this before. "Of the weapons I can make right now, the one with the greatest workmanship is a sword. It would be most effective to summon multiple swords and pour it all in. It's impossible with the amount of mana I have right now. If so, there is nothing better than this." Pondering his choice, the hero reached for the screen with his index finger, after which a sword of energy appeared around him. He looked at the spiders as if to set the direction of the next strike, and with a twist of his finger the sword flew exactly there. The impact was so strong that the spiders were thrown aside. With a single wave of his index finger, our hero set the direction of his energy sword, which crushed all the spiders around him. With astonishing and tremendous speed, this sword of energy flew all around, smashing every spider to shreds. During this time the guild leader did not even move from his seat, continuing to observe the amazing and unprecedented battle picture, also standing confidently in his place. Our hero was surrounded by fallen spiders, and it was clear from his gaze that this fight was over. With great interest, the guild leader looked at the gradually disappearing magical sword of our hero. He noted to himself that it was a one-time attack over a large area. The time required in battle is at least 10 seconds. He dealt with all of the dozens of legion spiders in that time. He used materialization in battle. No, him being a talented sport who can't fight in the first place. The guild leader was thinking in his head, and our hero interrupted his thoughts. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to help?" To go to help them? The guild leader was horrified to discover that he had forgotten how 3 members of his guild were still surrounded by spiders. "The situation doesn't look very good. We will talk properly after things get resolved," confidently said the guild leader, after which swung his sword and rushed to the attack. Our hero barely had time to ask him to sort it out and explain the situation to everyone else because people won't believe what happened. The guild leader's eyes lit up with a bright yellow firelight, and his body radiating energy. With a good kick of his foot, he leapt forward to deliver his first blow. The barely audible approval of our hero's request came from his lips. "We survived because of you." "Thank you," said the man with the shield. He turned his head toward the guild leader. He continued, "But I was quite surprised. I thought you looked similar at the beginning, but who knew you would really be the guild master of the Overkill Guild?" To which the guild master replied, "I apologize for not telling you in advance. I came to quietly investigate the dungeon." Without hiding her surprise and gratitude, the pink-haired girl interrupted their conversation. "Apologize, we survived thanks to you. Seeing you deal with the spiders in one go was so cool. Would be able to take a picture with you when," before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by one of the team members. "I'm back," he said. All but the guild leader turned towards 2 guys with some displeasure. The girl with pink hair was especially upset. This was an opportunity for her to get to know the guild leader better. Our hero did not return alone. With him was one of the crew who was holding an old kerosene lamp. "Sorry for being late. We started collecting the byproducts while we were at it." The boy continued, "After going around, it seems there are no other monsters in this area. Also, there is another pathway right out front. I think we can go deeper." To which the man with the shield interrupted him. "A path. I don't think we can continue this dungeon anymore. It's unfortunate, but let's stop the raid here. The young man with the lamp didn't understand the reason for their rejection. Pardon, but there is not much left. So why? The warrior with the shield explained. The number of legion spiders we saw earlier and the geography of this dungeon are all different from what I saw in the reconnaissance report. Now we can understand the logic of his response. Dungeons exist past gates, separate from our world. Dungeons are locations with bizarre creatures and geographic features cannot be seen on Earth. Right now the concepts of dungeons and awakened aren't perfectly set up. So what was most important for those who just became awakened was information about dungeons. There weren't many awakened who could adjust to the environment of dungeons they'd never experienced before, which would mean the failure of the raid and in the worst case scenario would mean death. That's how the concept of scouts came to be. And the scout jumps from the branch of a tall tree to the ground. Awakened with the ability to detect or hide their traces, gathered and started receiving dungeon reconnaissance commissions. The dungeon clear raid began to significantly rise after these reconnaissance commissions, and they began to be called scouts. In his notebook, the young man writes down everything that happened here. The accuracy of the reconnaissance is usually more than 98%. To say this is just a mistake is unlikely. The man with the shield continued. We can't exclude the possibility that this is a rank error dungeon as well. A young man with a French accent interrupted our hunter. Since we have the guild master, wouldn't it be okay to continue? Pardon me, but the man with the shield was adamant. He would not be easily persuaded to continue this raid. I understand your desire to continue the raid, but receiving the guild master's help once is enough. If we are not careful, everyone could fall into danger. As if pleading, the young man continued his speech. I really want to clear this dungeon. I have my own situation. Is there no method? To which the girl continued, I feel the same. After all the explanations, the hunter with the shield still couldn't convince them. So he asked one single question. Is that reason more important than your life? Once you enter a boss room, you can't go back. I don't want to either, but we should first exit and report to the association. At that moment, you could see the girl and the guy shaking with fear. None of them wanted to face the big boss. I'm fine with it. The man ended his speech with this phrase, after which the guild leader continued to speak. Even if I'm here to investigate, I'm still a party member. If I can come to a conclusion through the progression with the raid, there is no reason I wouldn't have to. And if I want to investigate, I need to go into the boss room anyway. At this point he turned and looked at our hero as if counting on his support. He just stood there, unwavering in his observation. Then I will shamelessly request this of you. The man with the shield made a bow toward the guild leader. Thank you so much, he added. Realizing the difficulty of further raiding the dungeon, the man with the shield wanted to hand over the lead role to the guild leader. You don't need to worry about me. Please continue to lead as we did at the start. He replied to him. Understood. Then let's be off. The hunter replied in his military manner, short and sharp. The whole group moved forward into the unknown. The darkness was so intense that the light from the lantern was barely sufficient, but something mysterious was driving them forward. Then they came upon a huge door that was closed. I think we are in front of the boss room, so I will do the final briefing. The team leader addressed his team. First, this dungeon's boss is a Legion Queen Spider with a danger level of D+. Here overall battle ability is quite low. It's considered an easy boss that mainly just breeds Legion Spiders. But that's just the original information. We don't know what organism will be behind this door. And then with great effort he pressed his hands on the door to open it. Let's head on in, he added quickly. With a great creaking and very slowly the old door was gradually opened. They walked inside the room. I don't see any particular signs, the hero was thinking. No signs at all, the hero cautiously thought to himself. But in the next second the leader of the group gave the command for everyone to prepare for battle. And a huge spider, surrounded by many small spiders, appeared right in front of them. Isn't that the queen spider we heard about in the briefing? The guildmaster said. What a relief, the boss is still the same, the girl added. The girl was the first to enter the battle. She launched a large energy ball forward. The thunder and lightning bolts illuminated everything around here. Hundreds and hundreds of electrical charges struck the spiders directly. She was almost glad she had succeeded, but in the next instant found out she had done no damage, all because the spider boss was already dead. The leader of the group noted to himself that he'd never heard of such a thing. The next second he endeavored to give an order for them to change their order, but something strange interrupted his intention. Someone or something knew of their presence and saw them with their special vision. The next second the impact of a huge claw on the ground deafened the whole place. A deafening roar echoed around them. A huge monster appeared before the eyes. Arachne, danger level B+, the queen that commands all spider-type monsters, has high intelligence and is very cunning, does not breed but trespasses into the territories of other spider-type monsters and increases legion by plundering, can share her power with the attendants that follow her. Her smiles showed the fearsome power of a ruthless monster. Our heroes were seized with ethereal known before, and cold sweat ran down the backs of some of them. For the queen, our team of heroes was as small as cockroaches. She wasted no time in striking her first blow. The guild leader reacted instantly, and blocked her blow with his sword. An Arachne to think a B-ranked monster would appear. Sloppy swordsmanship won't even leave a scratch. I need to do the most damage possible in a single blow. The guild leader then rushed to the attack, alternating his blows on the queen. The next second his sword shattered into tiny pieces. "Damn it, the weapon," he shouted loudly. The sword broke so I couldn't deliver a fatal strike. A bright flash of blue light illuminated everything around him. As if all out of nowhere, a Mana Energy's sword appeared, which was ready thanks to our hero. "Stole some time with this for now," he said aloud to the guild leader, while his eyes once again became like a large blue net. His entire body lit up with a blue aura. Surprised and amazed at what they saw, the team heroes froze in great shock. A terrifying-looking wide-toothed smile and 6 sighs, that's how the queen looked. Like she didn't care, and with a mocking grin she looked down from above. Our hero wanted to buy some time to make a new weapon for the guild leader. Suddenly our hero felt his mana reserves running low. "Did I use up all of my mana?" He remembered the last time he took a bottle of mana. "It's incredible that I lasted this long with the level my mana's at anyway. As for mana portions, I can only handle drinking 1 bottle per day. If I exceed that, the potion could be addictive. The effects are still good though. I was late, stole for some time with this for now, while I make you a proper weapon." Arachne is a B-rank high-level monster. The error boss that should have come out here is the C-ranked monarch spider, the hero was thinking. How lucky that Daw0n joined us. It would have been difficult to face Arachne with these people, since once the danger level hits B, the level itself changes. With incredible speed, the guild leader continued to fight with the huge monster. The blows of his sword brightly flashed fire and sparks flew in different directions around him. But it felt like the queen of all spiders wasn't paying any attention to it because the guild leader hadn't been able to deal any damage to her yet, and was only defending herself from the blows. One by one she continued to deliver her blood blows, and the guild leader barely had time to defend himself with a swift swing of his sword. Its pure fighting power is equal to 5 A-rank hunters. And if you think about Arachne's ability, we can just rely on Daw0n. The hero was thinking in his head, and he commanded, "Get up." It was an order for the crew members who hid behind his back. "You should be able to move now since Arachne's killing intent has changed targets." "Who are you?" said the man with the shield. "Why someone this talented participating as a helper? Did you come together with Guildmaster Daw0n? The team members bombarded our hero with their questions, making some pause in the whole happening. But our hero reminded them that there is something more important to finish first. After these words, for each of them, he created a magnificent specimen of his weaponry. "Choose," he said. The crew members froze in amazement. They had never seen such a thing before the eyes. With a smile on his face, our hero told them to finally take the weapon. "Will you grasp the weapons in front of you and reign the dungeon by defeating the spiders? Or will you run away now and wait outside until the situation ends? I trust you will be able to make a wide decision." The next second each of them hit a huge number of spiders in a new kind of weaponry. "This is incredible," said one of the crew members. "I have never held a weapon like this." Each stroke of his sword left an energy light in the air that helped him fight the spiders. His movements were very fast. "It's like I'm cutting a piece of paper." Was killing a monster this easy? He heard an advancing crackle behind him. It was Lightning, with her new magical wand capable of emitting massive amounts of volts of electricity. The girl entered the fray. With great enthusiasm and joy she raised her weapon high above her head, and then thunder rumbled throughout the dungeon. The only thing that changed is the weapon. But the power of her skill increased several-fold. Think the man with the shield. He was really amazed. A weapon he summoned on the spot is this good, but just who is that person finally? At this time the guild leader's sword was already covered in green liquid, which meant some blows to the Spider Queen. His clothes were all covered in the color green. He began his analysis, as expected of AB rank high-level monsters. It's a bit hard to try and buy time. By changing his battle strategy, the guild leader was able to do some damage to the Spider Queen. I need to add things as quickly as possible. With unprecedented strength, he made one swift, powerful blow that severed the head of the Spider Queen. The weapon's still fine, it's better than I expected, he said to himself. But in the next second, a huge number of small spiders seemed to come out of nowhere and headed towards the queen without paying any attention to the guild leader and the rest of the team members. Where did spiders like this come from and where are they going? The girl asked. They are headed towards the guild master. The man with the shield shouted loudly. Okay, everyone back up. Did she hide the spiders? Things are getting complicated. Arachne's ability is activating. The guild leader was aware of the ability of this type of monster to be reborn somewhat through the powers and lives of other small creatures. Arachne sacrifices the spider monsters and transfers them to her own life. That means she is reborn. The next second she was standing up as if she hadn't been injured earlier. Much to the dismay of the guild leader, she will revive endlessly unless we kill all of them. I need to raise my firepower and finish things in one go. Damn it, shouted the guild leader as if something was preventing him from proceeding further. You are more amazing than I thought. The Spider Queen spoke her words for the first time. Her voice felt the incredible power of a huge turned monster. But at the same time it was frightening and uninspiring. Even if I made it with my barely remaining mana, I never thought you would really destroy a sword I made. After these words, our hero created the previously unseen weapon. It was a special sword. Please use this, he said to the guild leader. Right in front of the guild leader's eyes appeared a sword he had never seen before. It's not the single-edged sword form that you tend to use, but it's the most durable weapon that I can make right now. With a joy in his face said our hero. I felt it as soon as I grasped the sword, that with this weapon I could defeat them all in one go. The guild leader gripped the hilt of his new sword with both hands. The ground began to crack underfoot, and fiery tongues of flame burst outward. I'm definitely a bit unfamiliar with the two-handed sword format, but this seems fitting for the situation, the guild leader said with gratitude in his voice. In the next second he activated the highest level of his abilities, which made his new weapon seem to explode with tongues of flame. With the speed of a missile, he launched himself at the Spider Queen, burning her with his sword from all sides. One tremendous impact sliced her in half. Explodability. A berserker's innate skill. Our hero was happy to see what was going on. It's probably the first time Daw0n has used this skill properly. In place of receiving overwhelming power, this skill results in the user losing their rationality. The new sword did not fail the guild leader, not a single scratch on it. He was still standing in the flames of the fire and watching the Spider Queen die, since it would have been hard to deal with the risk of all that follows after the weapon shatters. The battle was barely over, and the guild leader stood motionless with his sword, engulfed in tongues of flame. His sword and all his clothes were covered in a green liquid, and his eyes were glowing with an unnaturally bright white light. It seemed that just a little more and his sanity would be consumed. This was really dangerous, thought the guild leader. If I hadn't released all of my power, my rationality could have been consumed. This is the second time this happened since my awakening. That I was able to use my skill properly. I was wrong though. He is no standard awakened. The moment that ability is found out, the whole world will focus on him. The guild leader continued his logical analysis, realizing that the hero was no ordinary man. They stood silently for a while watching the remains of the monster queen burn away. The air was saturated with smoke from the strange sweet smell of the green liquid. The protagonist watched the pin-colored mana remnants evaporate around him. That's an overwhelming amount of mana. You can't even compare her with the other dungeon-era bosses, he was thinking in his head. At that moment he called out to the guild leader. Hey, do you feel something from this corpse? To which the guild leader replied to him. Nope, she is definitely dead. Since we got rid of all of the remnants, she won't come back to life either. Okay, said our hero. So it seems that even a high-grade hunter can send the mana. The next second, there was a notification from the system. Passive skill, mana absorption activated. The protagonist has realized that the ability to absorb mana in his alone. The guild leader has no such ability, and in the next instant every square centimeter of his body began to absorb huge streams of pink mana. The system showed him a new message. Passive skill, mana absorption. You are absorbing and accumulating the polluted mana's energy from the dungeon. When the accumulated mana hits the fixed amount, you will receive a new reward. You have obtained a new skill. Demonic weapon production. Current active skill, demonic weapon production. By using 100 of the accumulated mana you can make weapons of the demonic realm, demonic weapons. The demonic weapon made once will be saved and can be materialized without any additional mana consumption necessary. Can use once per day. Lasts for 10 minutes. This new notification from the system surprised our hero. Demonic weapons, a weapon of the demonic realm. I can't even imagine that kind of weapons they would be. I don't remember any concept of the demonic realm, but it's the one we all know of, right? Although it's a shame there is no mana-related rewards, that's okay. A new system notification popped up. Our protagonist still looked at the system notification that showed him that he had gained half of the required amount for the new reward. Thanks to Arachne, I've already reached half of the mana necessary. And it doesn't seem like the rewards will end with this. The guild leader interrupted his thought process with his address to him. Shin Junso, I have something to say. I first want to apologize. Regardless of your refusal, I kept asking you to join our guild, which was impolite as a person regardless of my duty as a guildmaster. The words of the guild leader clearly surprised our hero, who expected him to ask to join the clan again. I would like to apologize for this. I'm truly sorry. He finished saying these words and his head gradually tilted forward. Our hero froze in amazement, as if he didn't know what was happening. While one of the hunters, one of the team members, watched the whole thing from the sidelines, he couldn't believe his eyes. What am I seeing right now? He shouted to himself. Is Yoon Taeyeon currently blowing his head to a D-ranked helper? No, based on his ability earlier, he is definitely not a normal person. That helper might be a hidden talent of the Overkill Guild. That was tough. He turned over his shoulder to see two team members walking toward them. The man with the sword shouted happily. Party leader, we searched everywhere. There aren't any remnants left, and the girl with the pink hair added to that. The hunter happily continued to praise his new weapon. But isn't the weapon awesome? I could slice through monsters without exerting any energy. And the girl added, yeah, I've never heard of a maker who can make weapons like this. Is he related to the Overkill Guild? Before she could finish her words, a man in armor was running toward them. Let's leave for now and contact the association. With some strange funny expression on his face, he quickly waved his arms trying to cover the picture of the two men behind with his body. The guy and the girl said that this reaction is pretty weird. The man with the sword added, pardon? Is there a particular reason we should leave already? To which the girl said, yes, I want to thank the guildmaster and that helper first. As if not listening to what they were saying, the hunter in armor continued to persuade them to leave this dungeon, actively waving his arms and pushing them toward the exit. We've got it, so stop pushing, the sword-wielding hunter shouted without holding back his emotions. Regardless, it's definite that that helper is related to the Overkill Guild. It's good to leave now. If we interfere and get involved with the business of a big guild, things will get tearing for us. However, no matter what an emergency situation it was to reveal that kind of power so easily, it's quite different from a big guild that emphasizes the importance of security. The protagonist said with some hopelessness in his voice that yes, we can talk, and exhaled deeply. And even if I've used rental pay, a guildmaster shouldn't be bowing his head in front of just anyone, he added. Shin Junso, the guild will no longer try to bother you. And of course I won't follow you around either. But that doesn't mean we are giving up. This is the first opportunity I've had. Let's sign a contract. The head of the guild once again tried to recruit our hero, but he stood firm watching his words as if expecting this reaction. I'm sure you will like these conditions, the guildmaster added. We travel back to the city where we find two people we know from before in the guild headquarters. It's nice to see you again, said the guild with the red head. This room was a place where our protagonist was sitting and the assistant of the guild leader was sitting opposite him. I'm the attending secretary of the Overkill Guild, Min Hisu. I'm in charge of today's contract proceedings. I'm in your hands. She introduces herself to our protagonist. Then we realize he is here to sign a contract. Thank you, said our hero. The guildmaster said he would contact me immediately, but who knew it would be the next morning? To which the girl replied, the guildmaster told me to proceed with things as quickly as possible. But where is this? I feel like we have come pretty far in. Our protagonist asked our guild leader's assistant in surprise. To which she replied, it's the special reception room inside of the Overkill Guild, and it's a place with a particularly strict security. If you are worried about a leak, there is no need. Read this. Here is the contract with the conditions the guildmaster mentioned to you inside of the dungeon. Although it will take some time, we can also change the contents of the contract. Please speak comfortably. Our hero took a quick look at the current provisions in the contract and found himself in full compliance with the previously promised conditions. It's just as he said in the dungeon. It feels more real to see it organized like this, he added. There are no issues. Let's proceed as is. He then confidently placed the contract on the table and motioned it toward the assistant. And we are transported back to the dungeon where the guild leader and our hero are negotiating the terms of the contract. That was so easily signed on all sides. The main character was surprised at the role the guild leader offered him to be a support again. He also explained to him that under the terms of the contract, it would be an unofficial position, and he still does not understand the reasons for his refusal to join the guild. The guild leader explained to him that for certain reasons he had to stay in the world hiding his natural identity. In return, if he joined, it would be provided with everything he needed, any materials, any rights to the gate. Also, the issue of security is very strong. And for this reason the contract will be sent discreetly. Our protagonist was somewhat puzzled after hearing these words, not understanding why the head of the guild is so good to him. To which the head of the guild replied to him that it's not so simple. As in any contract, each party has its own obligations, so everyone will get his share. The guild leader also made it clear to him that he was not pushing our hero to sign the contract. If he did not like the fees he would have to pay, he could refuse. And even if our protagonist will just receive support but will not help, it will be fine with the head of the guild. The purpose of this contract in the first place is to create a connection between you and the Overkill Guild, and block you from joining other guilds. Accepting a commission is no more or less than a token of your sincerity. They had no sooner finished their conversation than they were interrupted by men in black suits and black glasses. They were special representatives of the Hunters Association. We are from the investigation team of the Hunter Association. Guildmaster, are you okay? We need to go. I will hear your response outside. I hope for a positive response, the guild leader added as he walked away. And if you feel burdened, there is no need. Your ability to me has even greater value than this. We are back at guild headquarters, where the contract is being signed. According to my original plan, I wanted to leave a firm impression on Yoon Taeyeon and continue a relationship with the Overkill Guild without entering it. Well, regardless, this is good for me. Thinking every detail through, our hero signs the contract. When can I receive this support? He asked the girl, and she replied to him, You can start even now. Let me know if there is anything you want. There is a present from the guildmaster to commemorate signing the contract. I heard he found a useful item in Arachne's room. The girl added, A present? He was amazed. He opened the box, and his face lit up with the pleasant light of pink mana. He thanked the guild leader's assistant and put his new gift in his backpack. He also handed her a list of materials he needed. After quickly going through the list, the girl noted that the list was quite large, and she would be able to prepare it only within a week. I might be crossing the line, but I don't think these materials will be of much help for you. He told her he wasn't going to use everything on that list. He was just going to give it to someone. After these words, our protagonist went to the lobby of the guild headquarters. He was waiting to meet someone who was nevertheless a little late. From all the people who were around, suddenly appeared a silhouette familiar to him. It was the very girl he was waiting for. A rank hunter, Han Ja. She was a modest-looking girl with long blonde hair and glasses on her eyes that epitomized her rich inner world and intelligence. But behind the modesty was a Various of unrivaled strengths and skill, who could fight the most formidable monsters in any dungeon. And after the player selection, this is the hunter prodigy who was called God Archer. This is amazing character in our story that we get to know better. With an uncertain step and trembling shyness, the girl approached the information desk. Two office staff looked at her carefully and asked how they could help her. I came to request a training use gate entrance. Looking away, she whispered softly. The girl then handed them her ID card. The office staff was happy to see such a high-level hunter and offered her a C-level training. The girl replied that she wanted to take D-level training instead. Both office staff were surprised. They asked her if she really wanted to take the D-level training. It hasn't been long since this hunter has been measured as an A-ranked awakened, but still. But even considering that she barely has any experience, she has only gone into gates a few times to begin with. The monitor screen showed the full details of her dungeon raids. Although I've seen awakened of the lower rank giving up the awakened life altogether, I have never seen an A rank like this, the office employee thought to herself. The girl was handed a huge pile of papers to sign. I don't know why, but this person will soon be demoted." The experienced office employee continued her thought process while the girl signed the papers. An awaken's first rank is based on their unconditional mana amount. When the blue energy poured out of the cracks, mana flowed into everyone's body, but the proportion of mana that everyone can absorb is different. The more mana the body can hold, the better the abilities you manifest. So their association began to analyze the amount of everyone's mana. It was a regulation for those who have absorbed more than a fixed amount of mana to be hailed as awakened. And further, they started dividing people into ranks based on the mana amount. Of course, your rank isn't fixed. Even if you are of a low rank, you can stack your performance through dungeon rates. And if you get acknowledged by the association, you can be promoted. Of course, the opposite can occur as well. "I have finished filling it in," with joining her voice, the girl said, and held forward a stack of papers. "Yes, let me help you with the application. Do you have a partner you are going to go in with?" It was a standard question to hear for such a procedure. "No, I don't," she replied. "Then I will put you up on the partner recruitment list. Our rules state that you need to go in at least groups of 2. There aren't any requests for D-rank training gates so far, so you may have to wait for a bit." The girl listened carefully to what she was told and wondered if she could go along. It's possible if you have a license permit for soloing gates, but it doesn't seem that you are registered for that. You need to go through a test for that. Would you like to sign up? The girl was not prepared for this turn of events, and with a smile she said no, she would rather wait. The next second, an office employee made an announcement based on her file. "Your first hunter qualification renewal is in 1 month." After hearing that, the girl shattered because she didn't expect to go through additional qualifications so soon. You probably saw through the messages, but in order to renew your A-rank hunter qualification, you need to either have several experiences with the C-ranked or above gates, or pass the A-ranked actual test. For you, it will probably need to be the test. You will probably receive a message about the test soon. And I hope you pass. Good luck. The office employee finished her long speech, and the girl thanked her with a short thank you. All the while our protagonist stood by and watched. As she was leaving the building, she held her phone tightly in her hands as if looking for some kind of help. "I should have just requested online. I must have been crazy to come to a place with so many people like this. I made up my mind to come here with the thought that I can't get devoted. Let's get a grip. It's a D-rank gate, so what happened last time won't happen again. If I take my time to start again." Before she could finish her thought, she had a new notification on her phone in the email. She said, "I need to wait, but the request has come already. The rank is D rank as expected. I was going to go in alone anyway, so it doesn't matter. I should click agree quickly." And at the same time, as usual, a crowd of gawkers gathered near the next gate guarded by the man in black. Among these crowd were also hunters, including our girl. "It's been a while since I've worn this, it feels awkward." A white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, dark-fitted pants, and a quiver of arrows behind her back, a bow in her hand. This is what she looked like to everyone around. Suddenly someone came out of the crowd and called her name. She turned to look and saw a young man with a smile walking towards her. "I'm Shin, the support. I hope we get along well." With joy in the voice, our main character introduced himself to the girl. She told him her name, greeted him in return, and bowed. "I apologize for being late. Let's go in," he said. She is a ranger class hunter who was first estimated as a rank. However, after her continued failed tests, she is one of the only awakens who were demoted to C rank. So the reason that Hanja, who was like that, was able to receive the title of the God Archer was because after she was chosen as a player, she was able to find her hidden talent. And I know what that talent is. It's a talent that you can discover even if you don't become a player. And I'm going to awaken Hanjia's talent today. That was the interesting plan and the main idea of our hero. The guards let them go forward, and they entered a new dungeon whose nature was magnificent. Well, they didn't have time to take a step before they hid in the bushes. But there were a lot of trolls and other monsters around them. The girl carefully peeked out from behind the bushes and observed their behavior. There were indeed a lot of monsters around. The girl didn't regret buying a special bracelet that detects the mana of the monsters around here. She turned around to tell him something. "I apologize, but honestly I was going to go alone. So is it okay for me to kill the monsters alone? I will give you all of the booty collected and compensate you as well." To which he told her he didn't mind the outcome at all. "If you need help, let me know. I can at least provide arrows," he said. In a quiet voice she thanked him and walked slowly forward. She prepared her first arrow, drew the bowstring and took aim. A little nervous, she released her fingers and the arrow flew forward with great force. It was as if it was a sniper shot. The beam of white light hit the first monster in the head like a bullet, piercing it through and through. She struck one monster after another. They of course tried to do something in response, but they failed. Every arrow she fired exploded on the Daw0n state with a blast of white light, completely destroying the monsters. As if nothing was going on, our hero sat back and watched the fight. Haven't seen her fighting before. She became a player in a long time. Her pure destructive power exceeds an A-ranked hunter by far. But that's meaningless if she can't aim. 1 of 3 arrows will be effective. That's my best record. At this rate I will be able to shoot at least 4 more rows. Let's end things in 2 shots. She had already drawn the bowstring for another shot when suddenly, there was a deafening sound. With his special musical instrument, one of the monsters made a shrill sound. And when she heard that sound she froze in amazement. That sound didn't mean anything good to her, because the rest of the monsters in the area started to run to that spot. She wasn't trying to hit any particular monster anymore. She was just shooting forward. The device on her arm kept making loud noises, signaling the large number of monsters approaching. She was surrounded. She was confused and didn't know which way to shoot now. The monsters had no choice but to attack her from behind while she was distracted. In the next second, a huge number of lightsabers appeared around the monsters. It was our protagonist who started to help his colleague. She was surprised to see so many mana swords because she didn't expect his level to have such a weapon. This wall of swords helped her. The monsters couldn't attack her. She didn't understand what to do next. Our protagonist advised her to shoot a bow in the direction of the bushes where a large number of monsters had gathered. She should shoot there with all her remaining energy. She was visibly nervous about the whole complicated situation. Using all her remaining energy, she drew the bowstring and prepared to shoot. Her shot then made a huge pass right in front of them through the center of the dance thicket. She turned to him and asked him what to do next, and he told her that they should just run now because she had helped them make a way to escape the monsters. Before she could fully understand his words, the next second she was pulling her by the hand and they were running away from a large number of evil monsters with great speed. It seems that they have come to the entrance of another cave. They had time to take a little break. The girl was able to catch her breath and our hero watched the entrance door with interest and prepared his flashlight. The girl was glad that they were able to escape the chase. Well, why had they been able to escape? Perhaps it was only because the goblins didn't pursue them further. Something was stopping them. There is something strange here. So much happened lately that she was tired of all these thoughts in her head. The girl couldn't stop wondering why our hero was so calm. In any case, there was no need to stay here any longer, she thought to herself. Then she informed our hero that she was going to leave this place. She offered to give her colleague the previously agreed upon share of the loot. Our hero, as if he didn't hear her words, answered her that we can't leave this place now, because goblins are now in search of their abusers, so it would be foolish if they start looking for a way back right now. There is no other choice but to wait for the goblins to leave, especially since they lost their sense of escape while fleeing from the monsters. The girl was not happy about this news because she expected to leave right away. Our hero answered her that they could wait half a day until the goblins leave, and maybe even longer. She grabbed her head with both hands because she was dumbfounded by those words. But she didn't know that it was only a lie, a cunning lie that our protagonist had invented in order to fulfill what he had planned earlier. He kept telling her it would take 30 minutes for the goblins to come down, because they are a different kind of monster with little coordination, so they can't go after their abusers for long. So far, everything was going exactly as our protagonist had planned. In his head, he never seems to marvel at the elegance of his plan. And this girl believes everything he tells her. One problem worries him. He needs the girl to go with him to that cave. But our hero doubted whether she can do it because she is still nervous. At this time, she came up to him and apologized for her behavior, making a bow forward. Said that it was all her fault. That if she had fought the goblins well, they wouldn't be having problems like they were now. Needless to say, she was going to fight the goblins by herself. Now it turns out that our protagonist saved here. Even in her head, she kept criticizing herself for causing a bunch of problems again. She kept blaming herself that she shouldn't have gone down into that dungeon. Our hero showed a mystery of psychology, telling her that she should pull herself together and fulfill one of his requests, since she felt guilty. She immediately forgot about her excitement and began to ask him what this request was. With a smirk on his face, our hero looked at her and said they had plenty of time to discuss it. Moments later, they found themselves inside the cave. There was a huge amount of crystals everywhere, and the faint light of a flashlight barely illuminated the passage ahead. Still doubting herself, the girl asked him if he really needed her help, and even though she had a A rank, she didn't have much experience in dungeon raiding. She kept talking and explained that she didn't understand what elite monster he was talking about. The hero reassured her that since this was her first training, that it was understandable why she didn't know about it. This information is not available to the general public. He explained to her that instead of a normal boss, there is a special elite monster in this dungeon, and that this cave is where this boss lives. He also told her that for certain reasons, for his own personal reasons, he had to defeat this monster, but he couldn't do it before. As if to inspire her confidence, he told her that she was the first to accept him into her team as support in this raid. He thought to himself that he might have gone a little overboard. The girl stopped and said with firm confidence that she was willing to help him. She told herself that it was the right decision to help him, because he actually saved her life. But the most important thing is that she realizes how painful it is when you are not called to the team. She stopped and was in her thoughts for a while. But the next second her thoughts were interrupted by the loud sound of the bracelet that detected the monster. Its large green foot stepped forward loudly. Our protagonist dedicated in the direction of the monster with his flashlight to get a better look at it. Yes, it was exactly him, an elite monster, a huge-sized goblin with a mask on his face and a spiked mace in his hand. Nothing good could be expected from his appearance. The girl shouted that our hero should move aside because she prepared to shoot. Even this monster is elite, after all. This is a level D dungeon, so she only needs to hit the monster once to make it end quickly. With great speed, a wide beam of light shot forward. She was happy that she had hit it, but at the same time it turned out not to be able to hit at all. The monster was able to block her arrow strike. She didn't succeed. She realized she had made another mistake and prepared for fire again at maximum power. But her hands were shaking with fear, and she could barely hold the bowstring. Her face was covered with sweat. She couldn't pull herself together. She had to take that shot. Make it all costs and urgently. That monster was very close. Just a little more and he would strike her with his mace. In the next second, with a sharp movement of his arm, our hero threw her aside, chilling her from another danger. She hit the ground hard and saw our hero come close to the goblin. In the next moment, a terrible force of blow fell in the direction of our hero. Large clouds of dust soared upwards. It seemed to the girl that our protagonist was dead. Old memories swept over her in a wave. She remembered how one of the hunters had told her earlier that she couldn't even shoot a bow, and that arrow had almost hit the hunter. She'd been asked for compensation for moral injury, but she replied that she couldn't hit someone even if she missed. But the team member was against her because the girl had a level A rank. She was eliminated from the team and rumors were spread. She couldn't walk a step in the guild headquarters without being described by others. The things the others hunters said about her was awful. Many said that he really had talent, but she was wasting it, that she supposedly can't even kill the simplest monster, and that if she continues like this, then why is she still a hunter? The images of memories faded away, and she found herself alone with the monster in that cave again. She should have given up the hunter level back then because now it was half fault that another person had gotten hurt. At this time, our hero, who was able to dodge the monster's last strike, showed up. One by one, he unleashed his magic swords to repel the goblin's blows. He once again diverted his attention to save the girl, and while the monster looked in his direction, he gave instruction to the girl to do strictly whatever he said. She had to first of all be sure to come down and buy some time for him to activate his ability, asking her to look closely at this large monster and launch a single arrow with all its power. Meanwhile, he continued to dodge the blows of the ferocious goblin to avoid getting killed. She didn't understand what feelings she should arouse in herself to fulfill his request. It was a completely uncomfortable situation, and all her sensations and feelings evaporated. But the next second she felt something special inside her. She realized where she needed to aim. She could see clearly where to shoot. Her gaze changed and her hand reached out to draw the arrow with the bowstring. Her hands no longer trembled, and she stood firmly on her feet. One single arrow and it would all be over. Her left eye became a sniper scope and glowed with a bright yellow light. She made a promise to herself to do it quickly, and in one shot, after the arrow flew out, the loud sound of the fireball flying forward defended everything around her. She was something completely different. This was her new ability. The monster froze in bewilderment, awaiting its demise. Our hero rejoiced that it seemed she had managed to activate her ability despite the harsh conditions. Her arrow hit the center of the spiked maze. It was the monster's Achilles heel. The yellow beam of light shattered the spiked maze and then tore the monster to pieces. To the great joy of our heroes, their faces were glowing with happiness, and the girl was frozen in amazement, standing with her eyes wide open. At this time, the arrow-struck monster was still on his feet, while he had lost his left arm and had a huge hole in the middle of his body. He staggered for a few more seconds, and after a moment he fell backwards, to the delight of our archer, who exhaled a deep and relieved breath. At this time our hero approached here and explained that he had been forced to aggravate her feelings in such a situation. It was necessary for her to finally wake up, although it was a little risky. With a smile on her face and holding out his hand, he let her know it was over. She confusedly asked him who he really was, and why it looked like he knew this was going to happen. After calming her down a little, he advised her not to rush because they still had plenty of time, and he would answer all her questions. But she couldn't wait to find out what was really the reason for his behavior, and how she had managed to defeat the monster. It seemed that at this time her eyes once again flashed a little with inner emotions, but in the next moment she grabbed her head, realizing that she could not control her feelings from fatigue. It seemed that our hero had foreseen this situation as well. She took her on his shoulders and complained to himself that it was very difficult to make new colleagues now. As he pulled the unconsciousness girl on his shoulders, he realized that at least one situation has been resolved. Once on the surface, the girl was back to her senses, analyzing everything that had happened in the cave. She didn't understand why she had done what she had done, as if she wasn't it herself. Definitely many times she kept apologizing to our hero for her behavior, for disrespecting him even though he had saved her twice already, for suddenly losing consciousness. All this chatter gave him a headache. He wouldn't stop comforting her and telling her it was all right, that everything had turned out just the way he had planned. No one was hurt and they had defeated all the monsters. It had only been half an hour, so she should pull herself together and stop crying. He reminded her of the pendant he had given her earlier. Holding out his hand, he asked for it back. She dipped her hand deep into her pocket to find the item he wanted. "Here is what you asked for." She held out the pendant to him. The color of the stone had changed, and it looked like a ruby, which meant she had used the stone. Meteoric sensation. A rare item you can only get at the A-rank dungeon Burning Happy's Refuge. The ability of this item is increased senses. When particular conditions are fulfilled, the ability is automatically activated, and the possessor's senses rapidly increase. And during that time it exceeds the scope of humanity, and you can use transcendental senses. But the problem is the difficult conditions. He gave her pendant back. The possessor's emotions need to go to the extreme. For those with Hanjia's personality, the best method is to activate the item using extreme fear, which is why I made the situation so that she'd feel extremely afraid. Although it was going to be difficult, as long as I did it, I would be able to awaken here. But even with the price, there were very few in the market. And I had given up on this method, but to think he'd be able to get it in less than 2 days. Thanks to him, things worked out easily, but this is just the start. Hanja simply experienced being awakened through the item. She needed more practice to attain the level she'd been on in her prime. He asked that she listen to him carefully, and gave her her first assignment. Your first assignment is to create a situation where you can focus solely on monsters. To do that, you need to first change your arrow, he said. Since you are quite powerful, it should be okay for you to change from a short bow to a long bow and shoot from further. Then naturally you will interact less with monsters, and situations where you get scared by monsters like today will lessen. And a few other things you need to know. Before he could say anything, she came up and interacted him, thanking him for everything he'd done for her. The girl told him that at the moment of the highest degree of danger to her life, she was able to feel something from this pendant. It was like the movie The Matrix, when everything was in slow motion, and she could do anything she wanted. She could see exactly where she needed to go and shoot. It was like the painted target was right on the top of the monster. She admitted to him that she didn't feel worthy of the level she had because she wasn't in a position to change anything, which only made her own sense of this dissatisfaction grow. And now she's been able to do so much in the short time since she met him, and for the first time in her life she felt encouraged. She needed to speak out. She turned to our hero to tell him of her desire to go alone, but he didn't let her finish, as if he knew what she was going to say. It will be difficult to do it alone, he told her. He left her his contacts in case she needed them. She was so happy that he had left her his number, that she had blushed with embarrassment. She left him her number too. The next second, a notification on the phone distracted our hero's attention. It was a message from the head of the guild. He had to urgently contact them as soon as he saw this message. Now they were going to leave this dungeon. We go back to the city, to the headquarters of the association, where the guild head is on the phone with our hero. He has assigned him another important task. Our protagonist happily shared with him the recent events in the dungeon. He thanked the head of the guild for the item he gave him. It had helped him a lot. While in the background we see a joyful and smiling girl. The guild leader exhaled a sigh of relief, and was glad that the item had really helped our hero. He thanked him once again for agreeing to help. Standing in his luxurious office, he looked far beyond the horizon and pondered. At that time there was a knock on the office door and his assistant came in. She informed him that the president of the association was here. He was back and they could go to him. With a serious look and no smiles on their faces, they walked down the long corridors to meet their boss. The girl was a little worried because it was in a typical situation. Usually in such situation they sent an official document. It only meant that the president of the association had personally summoned him to his office. Perhaps there is something wrong with the commissions for the remuneration they previously received. This is just speculation. It was possible that the S-level gate had opened, and that was why he had summoned them to him. The guild head spoke to his assistant and shared with her about that fight in the dungeon. He was glad that our hero had agreed to help, and that if the guild leader thought the way he had in the dungeon earlier, everything would be fine. It was a good decision on his part to recruit our hero. His assistant noted that her boss was in a good mood. It must be after that raid in the dungeon with the monster of all spiders. It's all because of the weapon maker. The girl noted that the guildmaster has been acting strangely since signing the contract with our hero. He has given him unlimited support. That's quite shocking and a bold decision. Even though the guild leader's class was a berserker, which makes controlling emotions difficult, the guildmaster is judicious and calm enough to make the right decision than anyone else. Is the weapon maker capable of more than the guildmaster thinks he is? No, it's unlikely. Because his level is D, the girl continued her thought analysis. She would like to see how our hero fights. A guard met them outside the office. He greeted the guildmaster, asking if he came along or with someone. The guildmaster was surprised and asked him a counter-question. Did someone else really have to come? The guard replied that there should be 2 guild heads, but since they didn't come together, then he would be the first to enter the office. The guildmaster asked the guard if he could find out who else was coming. He replied that he didn't need to, and turned towards the man walking towards them. There he was. The guildmaster turned around and heard a familiar voice which did not please him at all. A representative of another guild greeted them with a beautiful expensive suit and purple hair. He noted that he knew about his colleague's recent raids. Unfortunately, it was the same guildmaster who annoyed our heroes. The guildmaster clearly didn't expect to have a good conversation with an old acquaintance. The purple-haired man began to make fun of him and call his guild idiotic, but then he attacked the guildmaster and called him an idiot. The guildmaster stopped him with his hand and said that he had no time for provocations, but the old acquaintance continued to mock them. He said that they supposedly and purposely chose 2 easy dungeons, and when it turns out that it was the wrong dungeons with the errors, they go down there not to save their colleagues but for profit. All this chatter annoyed our heroes. Even the girl could no longer contain her emotions and threatened the chatter with her fist. Tired of these arguments, the guildmaster asked for the door to the office to be opened. After that, the security representative reported the arrival of the 2 guild leaders to the president of the association. In a very spacious office, sitting behind a fancy desk, arms folded, the president of the association replied that he could hear their arguments even from here. He invited them in, and noted that they hadn't changed their demeanor in the slightest. The association's office was located in the center of the city in the business district. The guildmaster's assistant rented it from outside. The president of the association informed the 2 guild heads that he had an urgent task for them. 3 days ago, an unconfirmed gate first appeared and then disappeared in the suburbs. Our guildmaster asked the president of the association if it was an error dungeon, to which he replied that it was simply unconfirmed and that it wasn't even possible to measure the level of mana that was coming from the gate. The man with purple hair was greatly shocked. This rarely happened when the gate couldn't even be measured. Normally a gate's rank is decided from 2 things. Firstly, using a special measuring instrument to measure the mana of the gate itself. This is because normally, the gate's calculated final rank is equal to the rank of the monsters inside of the gate. Secondly, by combining the reported contents of the scouts inserted by the association. The president of the association continued speaking. He reminded them that an error dungeons occur when the mana level increases drastically, and that it was different from the current situation where they couldn't even measure mana. Our guildmaster asked if scouts were sent there. Turns out they were. 5 of them. The president of the association forwarded his brow, paused for a moment before saying the following. None of them came back. After saying that, the purple-haired guildmaster threw one foot over the other, revealing the sole of his boot. That was super tactless. He put his hand behind his head and started asking questions as if he was in charge. He was very surprised that he had not been briefed on the current situation. For a moment he even thought that the president of the association wanted to put the blame on him. The president of the association continued to speak. They don't know how long the situation will last. Because if we leave things as they are, there is a high probability that at some point monsters will start appearing from this gate. And it's happened before. It took a lot of effort to deal with them in the city. Therefore, it will be easy if the heads of the 2 associations unite and head there to find out the situation inside the dungeon. The situation is very critical. There can be no refusals or objections. The president of the association would like to send another guild, but it's currently in another country and cannot join. The situation is serious enough to send 3 guilds together. The association informed them that the deadline for completing the tasks is in 2 days. He will also help them with additional funds and prepare rewards for the best of the hunters. He also informed them that if they needed any additional help, they would be provided with it. Our guildmaster thought about it and asked a question. He wanted to know if it was necessary to send a team that was based only on guild members. To which the president of the association replied that it didn't matter, and since the presence of this gate could cause chaos and panic in the city, they needed to select a team that consisted of only the most experienced and proven people. The guildmaster was pleased to hear those words. At this time we are transported to the headquarters of the Manhwa Guild. With a sudden movement of his hands, the guild leader throws off his jacket, which his assistant barely catch in time. With great speed he hurries to his office and on the way he gives an order. A special team consisting only of hunters of rank A or higher must be formed. Also those who can go to the dungeon in the next few days must be chosen. The guild leader realizes that his rival has a card up his sleeve, as evidenced by the smile at the end of the meeting. The battle between the 2 guilds is for their reputation in the association. So there will only be one winner, and that winner should be him. But his opponent will not be happy, and he will put that upstart in his place. To do this, he wants to take the risky step of calling one hunter who is not affiliated with the guild. His staff is surprised by this request because knowing her character, it will be almost impossible to do so. But he asks them to bring her to him by all means or they will lose their jobs and will never be able to find her in the industry again. His face fills with anger and a desire to punish his rival. He wants to show him that even among the biggest guilds there are levels. 2 days later we see a group of people standing at the open gate amidst the beautiful forest scenery. They are only 4 people. They are representatives of our guild led by its master. They are waiting for someone and their colleagues are running late. One of the warriors asks what time it is and why the representatives of the other guild are still not there. She gets a reply from his colleague that there are still 5 minutes left, and that the Manhwa Guild always does this, but they would be there at the appointed time. She twirls her gun in her fingers in excitement and says that she never liked their manners. While our protagonist stands calmly and patiently waiting to go inside, the girl decided to make a joke. What if she made holes in their heads with her shot, and maybe then they would have manners? To which another hunter, the vice guildmaster, advises her to watch her words by hitting her head with his fist. Fun team. Already sitting on the ground, the girl notes that the blow to the head was too brutal. The warrior with glasses comes close to her and asks her what she meant. In the next second she is already running away from him. He was clearly hurt by what she said. Our hero knows that the guildmaster's team has excellent team relations. To which the guildmaster replies that although they look strange but in battle they show themselves at their best. He thanks our hero for agreeing to come. He didn't expect him to do such a thing and thought he would refuse. but for him it's a great honor because earlier the guildmaster helped him with an item that worked well in the dungeon, but that wasn't the only reason why he had come. While they were talking, two hunters were fighting on the ground. Hidden quest. Story dungeon open. A story dungeon has appeared. Create an ending to a neglected world and receive rewards. Dungeon open time. 168 hours. It turns out that 5 days ago while watching TV a notification appeared in front of our hero. Usually it was shown only to a very small number of players. He was very surprised that the selection of players hadn't not yet begun, but he had already received this message. And there was no reason to refuse. Even though these dungeons were incredibly difficult, the possible rewards were worth a try after the dungeon was cleared. And some people were even able to awaken new abilities within themselves. He had no idea that this dungeon would be the one they were standing near. Meanwhile, the two hunters were still fighting on Earth. The guildmaster turned to our hero and with all the seriousness in his voice told him that he apologized for all the stupid things these idiots could do. Suddenly they stopped fighting because someone's voice came from the bushes. It was the head of another rebel guild with his team. He started making fun of our guild. He pretended that he had a lot of work so he was late. And our guild had a lot of free time so they came early. And they had a lot of free time because all they do is walk through the simplest dungeons. The girl with the gun was furious, but she was stopped by the warrior with dark glasses. He even put his hand over her mouth so she couldn't say a word. To calm her down, he advised her to just ignore the words of the other guildmaster. And this wouldn't just be a meeting between two guilds. The media is already making a big fuss about which one will be the strongest. The head of the rebel guild took a closer look and saw our hero. He began to tease and said that is it really the hidden card up his sleeve which he guessed in the office of the president of the association? He thought there was going to be someone special here. But this is just some kid off the street. It was like he was going on a tourist trip in those clothes. A sense of growing rage came over him. Either seriously or jokingly, he started yelling at our hero saying that he didn't understand where he was going. He continued to swear and say unpleasant words while one of his female employees asked him to calm down and introduce their new team member. Her face was still hard to make out but her voice was already audible. She asked him, "Weren't you the one who said you didn't have time to lose?" She said that they don't have time to argue, therefore they need to pack up and go to the dungeon. Her face seems familiar to us as well as the behavior of a rebel guildmaster. The girl with the gun didn't hire her surprise at the introduced team member of the rebel guild. Our guildmaster knew almost every one of them. They were the most experienced and best warriors in all of Korea, a truly stellar lineup, but he didn't know anything about this girl at all. One of our team members rejoiced that this would be a simple outing with such a lineup of warriors. But our hero realized that nothing simple was to be expected here, because in his previous life this particular dungeon had failed to clear. Of the 8 members of the team that went there, only one Yoon Taeyeon was able to get out, and it was only because he used his special abilities. Then the gate suddenly disappeared, and this case remained unsolved, in which 7 high-level people went missing. Our hero was a bit worried about the fact that the information about this dungeon was hidden from the public because the association was working diligently on it. And he can't guarantee to himself that this time they will be able to clean up this dungeon, and it certainly won't be an easy walk. Our heroes finally did manage to open the door, and stepped inside what was probably the most beautiful mansion they had ever seen. This interior was truly luxurious, our heroes noted. But suddenly there was a heavy knocking sound, and the door closed. Some tried to open the door back up, but they failed even with the use of their incredible strength. The door was so powerful that it couldn't even sag from the impact of our heroes. But suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a huge number of robots pounced on them, and the head of the rival guild began to throw them apart, hitting them one by one. The swift and powerful blows of his hand left streaks of white mana in the air. One of the girls in his guild began to worry about using his abilities. Just as suddenly, they noticed that those robots began to reassemble and rise from the ground again, as if no one had even hit them. And the head of the rival guild decided to use his incredible ability. It was a great big hand, a powerful blow of which could crush everything around him. And no sooner had these monsters gotten up than his punch immediately blew them back and drove them straight into the ground. So powerful was this blow. From all sides of the robots flew on the robots, then bullets, then blows, then something else. Our heroes fought them very selflessly. while our protagonist decided to talk to one of the representatives of the rival guild who was not a member of it. They reproached each other that they were not going to help, although they were just standing back and watching. The girl's excuse was that there was no need to join the fight because she didn't want to waste her abilities on such trivial matters. While the best warriors from all over Korea could fight using the best weapons, with the hordes of robots that were attacking them from all sides, she was teasing our guild head a bit, saying that it only seemed like they were the best, but in a real battle, they couldn't even kill anyone. And that if she really saw how things really are, she would definitely not agree to this raid and would refuse the invitation. And our hero noticed that the robots were controlled from some single center, as if they were puppets with strings tied to their heads. The polluted mana he saw told him so. Those were the strings all these robots were tied with, and their behavior was being dictated from some single center. He looked up and saw that there was an object that looked like a control center. It was the robot's control center. Maybe he should have destroyed that structure upstairs, but he himself didn't want to show his abilities to others. While the girl was having fun showing off her magical skills on the bugs running by, our hero asked her, "Why don't you do something more serious after all?" But the girl answered him that I do only what I like and fight only those monsters that I like. That's what our hero decided to take advantage of. He decided to play on her feelings since she is afraid of bugs and other flying insects. But she pretended that she was not really afraid, but only his talk bored and annoyed her. He pointed to the ceiling, telling her that there was some kind of monster up there, probably a big bug, so it was probably worth dealing with it, and she turned her attention upwards, and the next second she prepared to strike. It was a huge fireball that flew straight up to the ceiling and destroyed everything that was there, and the next moment the monster stopped abruptly. The robots stopped moving. The first to notice this was the head of the rival guild, who saw that all the robots he was fighting had fallen to the ground. He joked once again that he had only just warmed up and the battle was already ending. Everything that was tied up from the ceiling now fell to the ground. Our hero was able to get closer and observe this structure that had been hanging there earlier. He realized that it was the source of their energy. He decided to use his ability and absorb this energy. It was only because of his ability that he could see the contaminated mana, and perhaps that was the reason why he had failed in his past life. He simply couldn't see this contaminated mana. Meanwhile, the warriors had dealt with all the robots in the lobby, so they decided to continue on to all the other rooms, doing the sweep in the same manner. With quick movements they ran forward, where they found new robots, which they began to fight. The head of the rival guild was not going to give up his position and decided to rush in first, so he began to strike the robots with great force. Our hero asked the girl with the gun to shoot upstairs, where there was another controlling structure of all the robots. She did not immediately understand his request because there was no one there, but still made an accurate shot. That was why, thanks to his suggestion, they were able to quickly and easily clear the entire first floor of monsters. After that, they decided to continue further, and went to the second floor, without stopping arguing who was the real leader of the team and who should lead everyone else. Therefore it should not have been surprising that they ended up splitting up, and some group of warriors went in a different direction, much to the dismay and annoyance of the head of the rival guild. At this time, our protagonist decided to check out another room on his own, and separated from the main team. In the huge dim room that was full of some kind of fog, he once again saw contaminated traces of mana, while in the distance our heroes continued to fight monsters, and there were significantly more of them on the second floor. So our heroes used all their weapons they had to defeat all the robots and monsters around them. But this time there wasn't just any monster in front of them. It was an invisible monster of the highest rank. It was only now that our guild leader became worried, and saw that our main character had disappeared somewhere. While our protagonist had finished absorbing the polluted mana, and hearing that the battle was going on with a more intense force, he decided that he needed to join the rest of the team. But no sooner had he taken a step than he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Distant muffled footsteps sounded, and someone started moving in his direction. He felt a puff of wind coming from the open doorway above the stone staircase, and suddenly there was a little girl with a toy in her hands. How could she be here, thought our hero, it's unbelievable. The little girl, our hero asked himself, what could this little child be doing in such a dungeon? Her innocent face and the doll in her hands did not arouse any suspicion that there might be anything wrong here. The girl rejoiced greatly at the appearance of our hero. as if it were the very hunter who should save her and lead her out of the dungeon. "Hurry up and follow me," she told him, and ran the other way, leaving him behind. He only had time to shout after her, "Wait, how do you know I'm really a hunter?" It surprised him, and she replied that someone she knew had told her that they were going to come after her someday. So she knew and waited. And at this time our hero's eyes became blurred and something strange began to happen to his consciousness. He didn't argue anymore and agreed to go along with her. As they descended into another room that was filled with fog, they saw a girl sitting in the corner. Going down the stairs, our hero found a girl sitting on the floor who reminded him of someone. Some strange veil was seen in her eyes, and her behavior seemed unusual to her. Getting closer, our hero thought she had something wrong with her psyche, so strange she seemed to him. Our hero introduced himself to her, and told her that he had been sent here by the Hunters Association. The girl interjected, as if expecting someone to come to her. She couldn't believe they hadn't forgotten about her and sent someone to rescue her for sure. Our hero asked her to have her explain to him the current situation and how she was able to get here. She exhaled deeply and fell to her knees in front of him exhausted. It was as if a weight had fallen from her shoulders. She was glad to see him. She told him that she had been sent here because the 3 previous scouts had failed to return. Her job was to search this dungeon and find her co-workers. But as soon as she entered the dungeon, these monster dolls started running at her from all sides. She tried to run back, but the door suddenly slammed shut and she was trapped. Our hero remembered the situation that had happened to them earlier. It seemed to be the same scenario. Our hero asked her if she knew what happened to those other scouts. The girl replied that yes, she had called them by name as soon as she got here, but something was strange with them. Like they were unconscious, and for some reason they were trying to attack her. So she ran away to another place and met this beautiful child who helped her a lot. The little girl, who had been silent all the time before, told him that she was glad of her new friend because together they played a lot. Our hero paid attention to the girl and wanted to find out more about her, but he could only hear her name, after which the little girl transferred his attention and said that they all need to leave the place urgently. Meanwhile, upstairs, the active phase of the battle between the robot monsters and our heroes continued. Our guildmaster noticed that the attackers had a certain ability to hide their presence, as if they were invisible, and it seemed to him that they were humanoid monsters. The next second, one of those robots had an ID card fall to the ground that matched the name of a scout that had previously been lost in this dungeon. Also among these attacking robots, the girl recognized one of the scouts that had been talked about a lot. Everyone realized that it wasn't worth attacking them because they were the same missing scouts who were now monsters for some unknown reason. After a while, these monsters' ability to disappear was gone, and they lowered their speed and stopped moving so vigorously. At this time, our heroes took advantage of the respite to think about what to do next. Unfortunately, our heroes' conversations were not heard by the rival guildmaster, who prepared for a strike to finish off these monsters once and for all. He gathered his strength into a fist, launched his abilities forward, and with tremendous force the blue arm flew to tear many of those robots apart in the next second. But then he heard a gunshot, and he turned around to look at it when he saw the girl pointing her gun at him, and he wondered what was going on. The girl replied to him that now is not the time to deal with these monsters, because these are their co-workers and there might be some way to bring them back. With his back turned to our heroes, the rival guildmaster said that when you feel the urge to kill someone, you only have 2 choices, kill or be the one who gets killed. So he doesn't know what to do next. He wasn't going to stop and only said that if anyone was going to attack him again, they would be in trouble, and now he would make sure he killed them all, and even the robots along with them. Our guildmaster was trying to stop his opponent to stop acting recklessly, because the situation might have gone too far. They had to talk to him, and he had to listen to them. He paused, still pausing for a moment, as the robot attacks continued unabated, and one of his teammates asked for support, fending off multiple blows with his shield. The master of the rival guild didn't waste any time and got straight to the point, saying that he had a deal for them, and they had to go along with his terms or else nothing would happen. While simultaneously reflecting the blows of the invisible monsters attacking, he said that it would be like this to begin with. According to his terms, if any of the other team members cheated him, he would immediately kill them. Our guildmaster agreed and thought to himself that he had bought a little time. All the while they were arguing and negotiating, there was a battle going on, and the robot attacks did not stop. The girl with the pistols, as if regretting her action, asked our hero for forgiveness. He answered her that now was not the time for such talk, and the focus needed to be on what was most important, on how to save the lives of all those scouts, how to keep them safe and bring them back. And we are transported back to the place where our protagonist interacted with this little girl. She knew he could see these all robots from the outside, and he could see these purple threads that wrapped around them from all sides and converged at the center of their bodies. The girl told him that there was no point in fighting these monsters as long as their purple threads were intact. After her words, our protagonist pondered for a while whether he had the strength and ability to turn these dolls into humans and bring his colleagues back. But it's not so easy to do. First, you have to destroy the special device that links the consciousness and movement of these dolls. And if you don't do it carefully and affect the purple threads themselves, the bodies of these robots will simply collapse. With a smile on her face, the little girl asked him if the information had helped him. She looked straight into his eyes. But something strange began to happen to our hero. He noted to himself that whatever question he asked her, she always answered in a very friendly and understanding manner. Maybe we should ask another question. The rival guildmaster started the countdown. There were 20 seconds left before he would activate the special invisibility mode, and all our heroes would be finished. During this time, the intensity of the battle did not subside. From everywhere on all sides, our heroes were being hit by multiple monsters, and they could barely repel them. They didn't know how long this situation would continue further, and whether they would have the strength to put up a fight in this battle. For another 10 seconds, the guildmaster shouted loudly, 987654321. He had already prepared to deliver his most crushing blow, but in the next second it was as if his ability had zeroed in, and in that hand, he once again felt the very pain from earlier. Turns out it was a little girl who was able to temporarily turn off the abilities of a rival guildmaster, to the delight of our hero. With the little girl holding her hand, they walked up to everyone else in the large spacious hall and noted that they had barely saved everyone in time. Meanwhile, when our protagonist returned to the rest of the team, the guildmaster was the first to speak to him. Behind the arm of our hero walked that same little girl with a doll in her hands. The guildmaster asked our hero where he had been missing, to which the latter replied that he had to check one place and nothing serious had happened. But the guildmaster once again reminded our hero that this is a dungeon after all, so you need to stick together and try not to act on your own. The girl with the guns was on guard as she suddenly sensed more robots approaching. The robots used stealth technology and were heading towards our heroes very quickly. You couldn't see them just like that. You needed magical abilities, which our hero had. The guildmaster also had such abilities, and was the first to rush forward to protect the rest of the team to destroy all the robots. He swung his sword very quickly so that others wouldn't get hurt. Due to the fact that there were traces of contaminated mana on the robots, our hero could see the forms of the attacking monsters while the guildmaster continued to block the blows. Our hero can see the weaknesses of these robot dolls, so he decided to make special marks on the robots to help the guildmaster. The guildmaster answered in the affirmative to his request, and in the next second, thin markers of mana flew towards the monsters to help identify their weaknesses for the guildmaster. With a swift movement with the back of his sword, he was able to damage the first robot, causing it to collapse. The plan worked. After that, the rest of the team was able to strike successfully. It was some special round-shaped device in the middle of their bodies, while the master of the rival guild couldn't believe his eyes, because to his great regret and disappointment, the robots immediately stopped working. There were several wounds on his body, and his armor was drenched in blood, indicating a recent difficult battle. Our guildmaster once again asked our hero to state the reason for his absence, to which he replied that he would soon tell him everything. There was nothing unusual on the first floor. He just explored the dungeons and found a surviving scout. Our protagonist said that her condition was not satisfactory, so she could not join and come along with him. But he had heard additional important information from her that might help them. He also said that this Girl Scout helped him find weaknesses in the robots. Of course, it was all just fiction to the rest of the team. Our hero came up with this story. But no one could believe there was this little girl here. Everyone stood and looked at her in amazement. There was something wrong here. Although our main character did say that it was this little girl who helped him find Scout, the rival guildmaster bent closer to this girl to get a better look at her. There was something suspicious here. The other team members didn't see anything unusual here. After all, it's just a kid. But the guildmaster continued to stand his ground and said that it was logically wrong that a little girl could be in such a place. How did she get here? Where did she come from? And who is she anyway? For the rest of the team, he explained that this dungeon was under special surveillance and protection. It was being watched every second, so it's impossible that any outsider could have gotten in here. Our guildmaster explained that he understood his rival's excitement, but could not share such quick conclusions. This caused the rival guildmaster to become really angry, and his eyes lit up with an unknown fury. He started swearing and threatened that he had the perfect opportunity to deal with all of our guild members. The air was filled with shouting and arguing between the two teammates who couldn't share who was better after all. There was something strange about their behavior, as if they were under some sort of influence. It was clear from the glow around their bodies that something was wrong with them, and in the next second the girls began to argue intensely with each other. The emotional background of the members of the two teams became so intense that it turned into a brawl. Each wanted to put the other in his place, and the energy surge of their arguments felt like a fight between fire and water. This caused great surprise to our hero, who did not expect that everything could come back like this. Turns out it was our protagonist who gave a small boost to the emotions of the rest of the team, but he didn't realize why those emotions kept increasing in intensity. And in the next second, the same little girl with the doll spoke to our hero. She explained to him that because of his intervention, she was able to get close and discreet so that no one could suspect her of anything amiss. So she is now using her special ability to brainwash all members of our teams. Our protagonist seems to have guessed what happened to him. The first moment he saw her, he also thought she was a monster, but the next second he already saw her as a harmless little girl. She seems to have gotten to him with her brainwashing ability too, which is why he acted the way he did. He realized that something urgent had to be done, and without wasting time, rushed forward. But in the next second, he himself was already enveloped by threads of the very same contaminated mana he had previously absorbed. It was clear to him that these very threads had not only bound him, but everyone else, and it was the little girl with the doll who was in charge of it all. It seems that she could not only control the bodies of all the other team members, but also influence their minds. He had the strength to resist it, so he decided to turn the situation in his favor. System notification. Mana absorption ability activated. In huge streams, his entire body began to absorb this rose-colored mana. This little girl picked the completely wrong opponent to fight. She's not gonna make it. The energy threads that had previously held back the bodies and minds of our heroes began to disintegrate. The warriors began to come to their senses, not realizing what had happened to them. They've forgotten how it all started. Our hero's actions brought a smile to the little girl's face. It all seemed a little too funny to her. With a loud shout, our hero urged the rest of the team to attack her because she is a monster and an enemy. But this little creature wasn't going to give up so easily. She said the two words, "Mommy" and "Daddy." With tremendous force, the great doors of the hall swung open, blinding everyone around with a bright white flash. Two large robots appeared in front of our heroes, looking like a woman and a man. A little girl asked her parents to punish everyone around her because she had been wronged. And in the next second, the master of the rival guild rushed forward with a shout that he was ready to kill everyone around him. To the delight of the little girl, who said it was the right time to show him his true self. Now we realize it was a wolf in sheep's clothing. In a swift leap forward he made his first strike, causing one of the warriors to fly far to the side. Our guildmaster shouted for him to stop. But this man in armor no longer heard any pleas. His body and mind were completely enveloped by the polluted mana that had penetrated deep into him, enveloping his entire consciousness and affecting his behavior. Maybe that's why our protagonist saw a small amount of contaminated mana emanating from the hand of a rival guildmaster. It is now clear that previously his consciousness was absorbed and all his behavior was subject to an invisible controlling hand. The little girl, as if understanding the thoughts of our hero, continued to rejoice in the event. Our guildmaster decided to arrest his opponent and asked for support from the rest of the team. They tried to grab him, but an energy shield appeared in front of them, protecting their opponent, preventing bullets and other weapons from flying in his direction. It was a special skill of a master of a rival guild that allowed him to be protected if his body sensed danger. To the little girl's great joy, the group had been reduced by one warrior. Now she was left to deal with the rest of the team. We finally got to see her true nature of the main monster of this dungeon. Our guildmaster quickly looked around at the two monster puppets in front of him, and judging from the energy they emitted, he realized that these monsters were not as simple as all the previous ones. Each one is at a high enough level of dungeon monster, so it would be frivolous to just ignore them and pass them by. It seems the best option would be to fight them here and now. But this little girl ruins everything. There's something too suspicious about her behavior. Maybe it's just a feeling, but she doesn't seem like a normal monster. She's different from them. Our guildmaster finished his thought process and gave orders to his subordinates. He asked his co-workers to take care of the female doll while he would attack the male doll. He also asked to focus all his attention and strength on these monsters to finish them off as quickly as possible. And in the next second, our guildmaster started his battle with a monster puppet that looked like a man. Tongues of flame engulfed his sword, and he moved into battle. In the meantime, our protagonist was watching someone trying to establish control over his opponents. It was a certain ability to manipulate, to control the mind and the whole body. In his thoughts, our hero carefully analyzed all the events that had happened to find some patterns and understand how the former scouts became obedient robot dolls and who controls them. Something wasn't adding up in his mind. Our hero couldn't understand how the master of a rival guild had become an obedient monster puppet so quickly, while the little girl could safely use her ability and also turn everyone else into obedient robots. But the little girl didn't do that for some reason. For some reason, she didn't turn everyone into dolls. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the large mansion, the intense battle continued, and our heroes fought two large monster dolls to the delight of a little girl who stood back and smirked. Our hero continued his thought process, not understanding why the little girl showed her true monster face. Maybe she's just playing with all of us. After all, that little harmless creature led him to a lost scout and also taught him how to find weaknesses in the robot dolls upstairs. The little girl's behavior seemed illogical to him, for such would not be the behavior of someone who was always looking for some sort of conflict. While she gained his full trust, she immediately showed her true colors. So it all seemed very strange to him. Perhaps she had some good reasons, and he would soon find out about them. Our hero had a suspicion that this little girl was creating conflict situations in a special way and looking for battles with our heroes. Meanwhile, the battle continued, and our guildmaster fought desperately against the monsters. He never stopped his attacks, and at the same time he was surprised by his opponent's abilities. But thanks to the sword that our main character made, he was quickly able to deal with the man-monster, while the girl with the pistols loaded her special cartridge for special occasions and made a very clear shot. With incredible speed, the bullet fired from the gun, a bright white arrow rained down on the monster to the delight of our shooter, making a huge hole right in the middle of this doll's body. Now both monsters had been defeated. However, the experience of our guildmaster told him that there was something wrong here. These monsters just descended upon them without any magical abilities. But there was still one more monster to deal with. However, he worried that her ability to influence the mind might affect him as well. Though his berserker level allowed him to resist, at the same time he feared the effects on his mind and the team. He gave orders for the rest of the warriors to be on guard, because the mental attacks on their minds could begin. After which, he snapped out of his seat and quickly moved forward towards the little girl who was an evil monster. As if waiting for him to strike, she just stood there and took no action, and there was a smile on her face. In the next second, our guildmaster was able to strike her. But the smile on her face only widened, showing that she had only been waiting for this event. Our heroes watched the scene and thought it was over. Everyone was expecting some incredible battle. However, it ended almost instantly, and rather dull. However, our hero turned to the screen and he was struck by what he saw. Our guildmaster moved closer to see the results of his work. Some feeling of pity swept over him. It was a small monster after all. But the next second something terrible happened, and all our heroes froze in their seats and became numb with horror, because they had never seen anything like this in any dungeon before. It was the presence of a hidden monster, just as our protagonist expected. A new system notification popped up in front of him. Now his main goal was to defeat this monster. And at this time the main monster was able to fully materialize, and it was a beautiful-looking woman in a red dress with heels, who thanked our heroes that finally someone was able to come and free her. Now she was excited about her new physical body, and regretted spending so much time in the old one. Behind her back were bat wings, and her eyes burned with red fire. And now all the attention of our heroes was focused on this new monster. They had to gather all their strength because they couldn't just defeat her like that, and they had to make sure to help our guildmaster. while the new monster with red reptilian eyes continued to taunt our heroes and called them all sorts of bad words. But before they could do anything, our heroes froze in their seats and felt the first ability of the new monster. Our heroes started bleeding profusely from all places. And at this time, while the rest of the team was recovering, a master in our guild made his deafening powerful fire sword strike with incredible strength. But unfortunately for our warrior, who was bleeding from his eyes, the new monster was able to easily stop the movement of his sword with only one hand. The female monster, as if in jest, praised our hero, saying that after all he has some abilities, but they will not be useful to him, because now he will be destroyed. And with a slight movement of her hand, she shattered the sword into small pieces. Coming to his senses from what had happened, our guildmaster asked for help and support from the protagonist. He answered him that a guildmaster can't always act at 100% of his abilities, and that his skill level depends on the current situation, but he still isn't an expert in such details, so he doesn't know how to proceed. It reminded him of the situation they had earlier in the other underworld, where the guildmaster had only used 50% of all his abilities. But considering what had just happened, our guildmaster doubted that he would be able to display his full strength now, especially since his weapon had been destroyed. The guildmaster got close to our hero and saw that he had mana coming out of his hand. In the next second, our hero activated his ability to create a new type of weapon. He used all of his previously accumulated polluted mana to make the right type of weapon for the current situation. All the while, the female monster looked at them with some disdain. To the guildmaster's surprise, an incredibly beautiful sword appeared in front of his eyes. It was something unusual, something he had never seen before. With a smile on his face, our protagonist said that the guildmaster could take it into his own hands and demonstrate all of his abilities right now. The guildmaster never ceased to marvel at the perfection of his new sword. He felt some special power from this new weapon. The guildmaster stretched out his hands to take the new sword, and in the next second a bright flash of incredible power illuminated everything around him. The room was flooded with light. This surprised even the beautiful-looking female monster who looked like a vampire. She saw that this sword was made of polluted mana, and from her senses, this sword had a special fire power. The synergy of polluted mana and fire was especially powerful. Our hero was happily watching what was going on. Unfortunately, in the next second the female vampire activated her blood magic, and huge streams of red liquid with incredible force fell on our heroes, and the whole floor was flooded with this red liquid that had a special effect on the whole body. To our hero's horror, he discovered that this magical ability could spread over a large area. Our hero found that his abilities were gradually diminishing. The female vampire explained to him that his ability to control mana, as well as the metabolism of the rest of the team, would be gradually paralyzed, and that this red liquid would gradually disintegrate their bodies, including all their bones and muscles. But it seems there was still one person who wasn't affected by her magic. It was the master of our guild. He stood firmly on his feet, holding his new sword in his hands, and his entire body was lit up with flames. It was like he was one big torch, and that couldn't go unnoticed by the female vampire, who noticed that despite her magic he still kept moving. But he had actually sustained some injuries, and traces of congealed blood were still on his face, and his abilities have been enhanced by his new weapon, and she noticed that he was much stronger than before. The female vampire rejoiced that she had a worthy foe, and now she could defeat him as they had once defeated her monster dolls. And with all his might, the guildmaster rushed towards her while holding his sword. Tongues of flame developed behind him, while the female vampire prepared to use her blood magic. And in the next second she summoned a huge-sized red bloody hand on the surface of the ground, which flew towards the guildmaster in the same second. He raised his sword and swung with all his might to bear the blow. In the next instant, the enormous-sized brush flew aside and he was able to shatter those enormous-sized claws. The female vampire couldn't believe her eyes from what she had just seen, because by her calculations everything was going to turn out in the worst possible way for the guildmaster. To herself, she noted that his strength had doubled compared to past battles she had seen, and even our protagonist, who was standing on the sidelines recovering from his injury, was greatly surprised by the guildmaster's immense strength. And literally in the next second, the guildmaster delivers a terrifyingly powerful fire strike that lands directly on the female vampire. A new system notification popped up in front of our hero's eyes, stating that he had completed the main mission of this dungeon and destroyed the main monster. the female vampire was defeated and lay on the floor. And her entire body was bloody, and her mouth was studded with sharp fangs, as vampires usually are after that. A small black box materialized in the hands of our hero. This was his reward as an item after successfully raiding this dungeon. He only hoped that this item would help him regain his ability to control mana as well as its level. There is also a new notice, and that notice spoke of the Guildmaster's new sword, and next time our hero can simply materialize this type of weapon without the need for any sort of search. While our heroes could not move because all their muscles were sore from the inflicted injuries, they had yet to recover and gain strength. Nevertheless, everyone still needed to be very careful and rest, though their lives were not threatened, and this pleased our hero and the rest of the team. Meanwhile, the female vampire was lying on the floor, but her consciousness was clear and she could also speak, and her eyes were still burning with red fire. She was even able to congratulate our hero on his successful victory, and they had a dialogue. Our hero was at a bit of a loss because not long ago a notification of the successful completion of the raid appeared in front of him, and now he sees that she is still alive and can talk to him. He began to ask her questions. What does she have to do with this dungeon? He explained to her that he could sense from her the very contaminated mana that had previously controlled all those robots, but despite all this, she didn't have complete control over these dolls, and it felt like all those monsters were moving just to protect her. The female vampire explained to him that really yes, all those monsters were only necessary to protect her because she was the source of their energy that helped them exist. And the female vampire began her story to explain to him all the details of what had happened to her earlier. Once upon a time, something she had never done before, she had saved the life of a family that had nearly died in the face of a huge forest beast. But her story doesn't end there, and she went on to speak further. Although she found these people rather strange, they thanked her and invited her in. She reciprocated and agreed. It was the first time she had ever heard something like that from a human. This behavior was not typical of them. And that's why she's trapped in this huge mansion. These were not ordinary people. The inhabitants of the huge house had certain abilities that allowed them to control a large number of dolls. She began to live in their home, and after a while became a member of their family. And it seems like everything was fine and she enjoyed being with this family. But after a while, she realized why these people had invited her over. Now she had become their obedient puppet, and turned into a marionette. Of course, it was her fault because they had tricked her and become completely controlling, and after she became weak, they were able to encase her in a body in this little girl. And now all she had to do was simply supply her new family with contaminated mana, and it's all to protect them. Our hero didn't understand who she was supposed to be protecting them from. The vampire answered him that she didn't know exactly herself, and asked our hero if he had paid attention to the surroundings around the house. Surrounding the beautiful mansion was a desert that stretched so far away that it felt like it was endless. But this is not a natural desert, it is a specially constructed man-made barrier that protected the area from the world around it. And as the vampire had said, she was sure it was her new so-called parents who had used her mana to accomplish such a thing. And it seems it was to protect them from the monsters that could come from those cracks. Our hero seems to understand what she's talking about. These were the same cracks or gates from which the huge-sized monsters appeared earlier in the cities. The female vampire realized that, judging by his reaction, he also had something similar in his world as well. That's why he showed up here. She explained to him that their two worlds were very similar, and at one time they had the same thing. After a while, there were huge-sized cracks in the sky that had mana coming out of them, and there were people who were able to absorb it, and they gained certain abilities. But after a while, more and more gates began to appear, from which huge, strange monsters began to climb out. Realizing that his world, where our hero lives, could be in for the same trouble, he rushed closer to her to find out the details of what had happened. He asked how they had dealt with those monsters, and how long it had been since the first crack had appeared before their world had fallen into disaster. But the vampire woman replied to him that unfortunately she didn't know what happened next or how everything happened, because when she was imprisoned in this little girl, her figure was motionless. She was just standing in a closed closet, unable to go anywhere. And during all that time while she was there, in that isolated space of the huge mansion, her world was completely destroyed. But after she did manage to get out of her prison and start moving, the first thing she saw was a new system notification in front of her eyes. And that notification said that she now had an assignment for this dungeon. She must fight all those who infiltrate this dungeon. after which she will be rewarded and be able to get out of here for good. Our hero understood perfectly well what she was talking about and realized that this woman turned out to be a player too. Now our hero has even more questions. But the female vampire told him that she had no powers and would not be able to help him. At this time, her body began to deteriorate. The breath of death penetrated her body, and her entire face was covered in cracks. Our hero realized that she was already dying, and something had to be done to save her. A new system notification told him that he could use the item he had gotten as a reward to help this woman, and he opened this box. It seemed like another second, and he would forever lose his opponent he had fought so desperately earlier. But now he wanted to help her and save her life. He lunged forward towards her, causing the vampire woman to be completely surprised, not realizing what he wanted to do. A new notification told him that he could use this item on defeated monsters. He realized it wasn't a coincidence. He was even interested in trying it, so he wasted no time. In that second, the female vampire's body lit up with a golden light, and the new notification clarified to him that now he would be able to fully restore her, and she would come to her senses. It seems that the female vampire who was previously on the verge of death is now healthy again. The new notification said that this monster would now obey our player, who was able to use this item to restore her powers. The new system notification appeared in front of our hero, and a bright flash illuminated everything around him. He had to cover his face with his hand. A new contract was created that made the vampire elder his familiar. After that, a new system notification appeared, which surprised our hero with its information. But it wasn't just the new information, it was the new look the former vampire had gotten. She became a black cat. Truthfully, she herself didn't expect such an appearance, so she ran around in circles and purred loudly like a cat. Her transformation did not go unnoticed. He thought maybe she would become some kind of bat, but instead she became a cat, and her necklace around her neck now fit her as well as it had before. It was now a standard pet collar. But transcending her new transformation into a cat, she gathered all her strength. A bright flash of pink light illuminated everything around him. Now she was back to being the vampire she was before. She could not accept the new role to which she had been assigned, that she should become his familiar. How dare he make it so that he had her tied to him? She held her necklace around her neck with her hand as if trying to remove it. But this time it wasn't up to her to decide what to become. So no matter how she felt about this situation, and this situation was a humiliation to her, she was destined to be a cat in another world, and in this world she was destined to be a vampire. There was a new system notification that said the transformation ability could be temporarily disabled if it was mana-related. Gradually realizing that she had no other choice, she walked towards our hero with the gait of an ordinary cat, and said she didn't see how she could help him. But now she has no other choice, and she is completely at his disposal. Our hero picked her up in his arms and brought her close to him, but she wanted to scratch him with her claws and tried to dig into his neck. She didn't succeed, and he pulled her away from his body. Our hero calmed this ferocious beast down a bit. He spoke to her about whether she had really been betrayed by her former owners of this house. She may be wrong about that, but the cat didn't want to listen to him and started hissing loudly back. To which he replied, "Yes, I know you told me that earlier, but listen to me please again." Proudly raising its black tail, the cat began to listen to our hero. He began asking her conflicting questions related to her past fate. Did living the way she had really have any meaning? Our hero didn't know exactly what had happened to her, and kept asking questions and telling her about the fate of her former masters, who now lay dead weight on the floor in the form of big huge dolls. And he had a feeling that these dolls behaved in a certain way according to a special program laid down earlier for them. Our hero questioned whether they had real egos because you couldn't tell from their behavior. With undisguised irritation, the cat told him that it was normal for the humans to change accordingly to the needs of the body, and the fact that they were in such a state was completely due to the fact that they had previously used corrupted mana. So it is not surprising that their egos were atrophied. She asked him if he was trying to generate feelings of sympathy for the former idiots she had lived with for so long. He said no, not really. But all he wanted to convey to her was that if it was him or any other person in a normal state, they would never have chosen to live the way they did as huge dolls. It's completely unthinkable. And after saying that, he headed towards the huge doll that was lying on the floor, continuing to think about what he had just said. The cat stood still and watched his actions. At this time, our hero came very close to a monster of enormous size which was lying on the floor. It was a doll in the form of the master of the house. In his right hand, he held a large-sized orb that emitted a pleasant pink light. He held out his hand toward her and told her to come closer. Unable to act any other way, the cat leapt forward and immediately appeared beside him. But no sooner had the cat fully reached him in flight than he stopped next to this ball which he held out forward and explained that it was no simple crystal, and that this crystal is used in black magic to imprison a part of the soul and mana of the person who uses it. Our hero continued. He told her that apparently they didn't have enough technical ability to fully realize what they had envisioned. So they had to take and put all their energies into these dolls, and they transferred their souls into these new monsters. The cat growled and couldn't believe what he was saying. Is he really trying to tell her that everything they've done is just to save her? And we return to the reflections of the former owners of this house, who looked sadly at the crystals, realizing that everything they saw, all the events that would unfold in the future, every outcome was unreliable for them, and they could have died. And cracks and gates continued to appear between the two worlds. And over time this process will accelerate and be uncontrollable completely. And unfortunately, they didn't have time to prepare for whatever events might come next with huge monsters coming out of those gates. Unfortunately, they're not going to make it. They realized that they had no choice but to move some of their souls into these dolls. And it was necessary to do so because in their hypothesis there was another parallel world in which salvation could be found for their family. But the situation was so serious and critical that even with the help of the vampire girl, they would barely be able to wall off their house separately from the rest of the space. But it would only be temporary, because then the problems would only get worse. And if their world collapsed, all real estate would be forever suspended between the two worlds. It wasn't until many, many years later, perhaps even millennia later, if someone from another world discovered them, that it could somehow save them. So they wouldn't even be able to live that long, and it would end in an imminent and slow death for the whole family. They'd all be dead except for the vampire girl, because she's different from them. But either way, the hard changes would have affected her as well. So the young man offered to save this girl's life because she had once helped them in that forest, and it was only through her actions that they were able to survive. So they fully accepted her into their family, made her their friend, and they have no choice but to die themselves but save her. And it seems that the girl would never have agreed to the conditions that were required to save her life, so all they could do was ask for her forgiveness and turn her into a doll that they locked in a big huge box on a lock. Unfortunately, their technical abilities were insufficient to understand what would happen to their consciousness afterward when they relocated themselves into these dolls. After a few hundred years, perhaps they will lose themselves completely, and there will be nothing left to remind the world of their earlier presence. And no matter how hard they try to isolate their estate from the outside world, the events that unfold in the future could completely ruin them and everything they own. That's why they decided to save this girl and wait for someone from another world to come and take her with them to their new world. Our hero held a huge pink ball in his right hand, and a new system notification appeared in front of him. The girl fell to her knees and tears flowed from her eyes in a huge stream. She cried and asked our hero why he hadn't told her earlier. She seemed to understand now how she had actually been imprisoned in that doll figure, and why she had been rescued. Our hero explained to her that because of her nature, she wouldn't be able to do what these people did because she is different. That's why they had to pull this whole operation to save her. Our hero rushed her and told her that she didn't have much time left, so she needed to come to her senses and stop crying. And the cost for the time until her abilities are in effect is enormous. She has less than 3 minutes left, so she needs to hurry. Our hero paid a pretty hefty price for her, so he doesn't want her to just sit on the floor and cry. He explained to her again that all this time they had remained puppets to save her life, so now it was her turn to help her former friends. Still sobbing hard, she yelled loudly that she couldn't do it. Our hero started yelling at her and saying that these people were completely unaware of how things could end, and that she now needed to release their souls to heaven in honor of their repose, and that's the minimum level of commitment required of her at this minute. She seemed to be able to gather her thoughts and got up from the floor, barely able to stand. She looked at the scattered parts of these large dolls that lay on the floor and remembered how good they had been together. After that, a new system notification suddenly appeared, informing our hero that he had finally learned the truth about this girl's true fate. Along with that, huge streams of blue light flew somewhere in the sky. The girl was relieved, but tears continued to stream from her eyes. This dungeon was finished and new rewards were received by our heroes. And we go back to our world, where a large number of rescue teams were already waiting for our heroes. Many of them had no strength and also had multiple wounds, so they needed medical attention. But everyone managed to survive, and that's the most important thing. Even our hero felt that he had spent quite a bit of time there, and that the whole event and operation had dragged on. He lowered his gaze down in the direction of the cat who was walking beside him, and said that in her presence the phrase about time sounded incorrect. He asked her how she felt compared to the past world. She said there was no difference, and she still felt a weak mana level. And in all the hustle and bustle and running of medical teams helping our warriors who had gotten their injuries earlier in the dungeon, she told him that no matter what this new world looked like, her commitment now was to help our hero. Meanwhile, in the night silence of the big city, in a spacious and luxurious house with a private garden under the full moon, our familiar girl, who had been drinking a lot of alcohol to sleep lately, was suffering from insomnia and complaining about another boring day. She walked towards the kitchen to pour herself another glass, as she suddenly noticed someone, some familiar silhouette and figure. The next second, the lights came on abruptly, and we could see who had come to visit her. This man showed up at a decidedly bad time, and he wasn't expected here. He guffawed and smiled and said he was waiting here for someone, and had another glass of wine. The girl began to lose patience and reached forward with her hand, engaging her powerful magic. She clearly didn't want to hear any nonsense at this late hour, so she asked to get straight to the point. And she told him that if he wanted to pay for that bottle of wine he'd just opened, there wasn't enough in his entire life to pay for it. The young man replied to her that she was greedy enough, but also told her that he was clearly not here for personal reasons, and he was here to ask her about her latest raid on an unconfirmed level dungeon. He reminded her that there was someone who was interested in this kind of dungeon, and wanted to find out from her how it really went. An open bottle of wine, cheese, crackers, and sliced ham told us that he had spent quite a bit of time here before seeing her at this late hour. As if teasing the girl, he continued to talk details about this raid. He knew almost everything in detail. He told her specifically about the incident where she passed out at the most inopportune moment, and that she didn't see anything. She interrupted him and said she was sick of listening to this nonsense, and asked him to shut up. In the next second she started screaming at him. Even though she was unconscious, she still saw something with her own eyes, and the situation this time was very strange. She told him that Guildmaster had been able to finish off that boss with literally just a few swings of his sword. The very sword that the helper in that raid had made for him. Even though Guildmaster's Berserker class, the energy release was unprecedented due to this weapon. Her interlocutor leaned a hand on the table and shortened the distance. "I see," he said briefly. The next second he started talking loudly. "Is this guy, this ordinary weapon maker, really worth fighting for and hiring?" The girl replied that she didn't know for sure, but they should obviously focus all their efforts on this guy rather than Guildmaster. As if not believing her words, the interlocutor interrupted her. "What, really?" he said. At this time she continued talking and said that she didn't think that a guy like this would turn out to be so capable, but nevertheless he was able to craft the kind of weapon that was able to unleash all of the Guildmaster's abilities, in his usual fine troll manner. The young man of the white shirt told her that if you knew how to make a good sword, it would be a good one and a helper in any fight. But nevertheless a sword is just a sword, and if there isn't someone to use it, then this sword is just an unnecessary trinket. That's why our late guest was interested only in information about the abilities of the Guildmaster and our hero, and all her stories about the magnificent sword, and let him keep it as entertainment for the night before going to bed. And then he sharply turned around and went towards the exit door. In catching up, the girl managed to tell him that even sometimes the smallest little things play the biggest role, but he didn't listen to her, and kept teasing that she had fallen in love with him up to her ears. He wished her good night and told her that he would see her soon, a little later, and that by the time they met again he would probably have killed them all. A few days later we are transported to a bedroom neighborhood, where a tired protagonist lies in his bed in a typical small apartment. He had slept for 2 days and had just woken up. In doing so, he feels that he has not fully recovered and his condition is not optimal. And it all seems to be because that vampire was able to use her ability in mana absorption. He then voiced his thoughts aloud, and his voice rang out across the clean and neat room in search of the very cat to whom the message was intended. The room was in perfect order and cleanliness. Nothing distracted our hero from his studies and work. But no one answered him, so he began to look around for his new acquaintance. She could go, perhaps outside, just interested in walking around, exploring the world. His whole body ached. He was just barely out of bed, so all his muscles were whimpering in pain. In the meantime, the cat was looking for new friends on the street. He decided to turn his attention to the very chest that stood on the table and that he had gotten as a gift. He never would have thought he would be able to see it with his own eyes in person. The special thing about this chest was that it could give out some kind of reward randomly, and anything that doesn't appear from this chest is 100% randomly selected. And the items that this chest bestows are limited to what a particular person, a particular player, needs at a given moment. But the problem with this magnificent chest was that sometimes it would give out the wrong thing at all, such as some particularly sharp sword that could only be used for attack but not defense, or some special shield that would stay intact and repel any attack but would be sure to direct that attack at another warrior nearby, thus rendering this shield completely useless. But even with all the disadvantages of this item, it can still serve a useful purpose. But nevertheless, you have to be careful because there have been so many cases where people have gotten what they needed, but it didn't end well. We should give it a try. After all, the one thing our hero needs right now is a high enough energy level. He needs something that can restore his mana level, or even be able to boost it completely to a new level. Our protagonist decided to open the box, and a bright blue light hit him in the eye. There is a new notification that the box is open. Now we are left wondering what level of flaws the new item in the box will have. New notification. The selection of a required item for our player is taking place. This choice was accompanied by the outburst of a large amount of light, which made the street bright, and this process continued until the morning and ended when the sun had already risen. A frightening-looking ring appeared on our hero's hand, and there was a new system notification that spoke of a new item, and he clearly did not carry any special benefit, which caused surprise, even some irritation to our hero. Without wasting a second, he threw and tossed that ring aside against the wall, clearly not wanting to use it. The next second, a familiar purr sounded behind his back, and the same cat with red eyes appeared. Our hero could not come to his senses, and even grabbed his head, not understanding what was happening. His musings were interrupted by a voice behind telling him that he was visibly very angry today. The cat told him that he seemed to have a guest waiting for him outside. You could tell she liked her new image of a cat licking her paws. Typical feline behavior. Who could it be? What other such idiot could have been waiting for him outside, according to the cat? With great interest, our protagonist stood on the balcony and looked down. A large limousine pulled up to the house, from which some person was getting out, and the door to this character was opened by his security guard. Who could it be? Wondered our hero. At this time, a familiar early character appeared below, with a confident stride forward in expensive boots. He began to rant about the prices of these slums in which our hero lives. He came to him for a specific purpose. It was the master of a rival guild. He wondered why his opponent was allowing his employee to live in such unpleasant places. He continued to insult his competitor aloud, with our hero hearing everything from above. He said to himself that indeed, yes, some idiot had arrived. At that moment, the man in the expensive suit looked back at the house where our protagonist lived, and thought that it was not very good of him to be personally involved in recruiting our protagonist, because he himself was on too high a level. But our hero is good enough to do it in person today, right now. The rival guildmaster recalled the very situation where he was frozen in this dungeon, and couldn't move. Even though his senses were clearly dulled, he was still able to feel the level of energy that came from the new kind of weapon our hero had made. This energy was so bright and strong that it was able to pass through the barrier that separated him from the rest of the team, and he was able to feel just for a second this level of incredible energy. Our guest in his thoughts did not understand why this young man was at the level he was at, for he was worthy of much more. He could become an helper of the highest level. Well, in any case, even if his competitor didn't hire our hero, he himself has a special plan for any situation. With a large gold chain and a white-toothed smile, keeping his hands in his pockets. The master of a rival guild met our hero at the entranceway. Meanwhile, our hero wondered how on earth he had been able to find the address of his house. Our hero told him that despite everything he thought about him, there was no way to find out the exact address of his residence, so he probably did it illegally. The master of a rival guild replied with a smirk that didn't really matter how he could have gotten here, and that in general, in most cases, at the mere sight of him, many would be overjoyed beyond belief. To think the head of one of the strongest guilds showed up in person, he reached forward with his hand as if wanting a counter-movement from the hero to greet him. But our hero walked past him and told him that he wasn't really here to greet our guest, and he had a far more important task. Today is the day he needs to renew his certificate for work. Much to the annoyance of the master of the competing guild, he did not expect such behavior, and shouted in the back of the departing hero that he would triple his reward, and that whatever salary the master of our guild offered him, he would be able to give him much more. He also added that he realizes that he looks like a complete idiot to our hero after everything that happened in that dungeon. But even with everything that happened, everyone was still able to get a decent reward and help that they wouldn't have been able to get anywhere else. He insisted that no matter where our protagonist went or who he approached, he could not get such help and such rewards. Our hero listened to him, turning his head and standing with his back to him. Clearly showing his opposition to such an offer, our hero continued to stand with his back to him, and said that he had to refuse as he would in any other case such offers, just like before he had refused another guildmaster, and that there was nothing that would interest him. The rival guildmaster was no longer holding back his anger and irritation. He stood with his teeth clenched hard and his hands trembling. He said that our hero had not behaved very properly, and had behaved in exactly the same way as one of the warriors earlier in the day, who had also refused his offer of work and remuneration. Well, do they really think he can't give them anything? Well, then we'll see who wins in the end. It would be a while before they would be begging him to take their jobs. Meanwhile, our protagonist was walking down the street and thinking about how he could get to the guild headquarters, because most of the warriors get there in their cars, and instead of public transportation. Either by accident or on purpose, one of the passers-by bumped shoulder to shoulder with our hero. Some man passing by, our hero apologized. It seemed familiar to him. Some similar silhouette clothing. Our hero continued to complain of lack of strength. He hasn't recovered enough yet. Maybe that's why he doesn't recognize passers-by. The next second his eyes went wide because in the man passing by he recognized his old friend. He may be right. He turned around to find the man who had been beside him a second ago. But no one was there anymore. Was he imagining things again? No, he was definitely not imagining it this time. And on the opposite side of the road, a man he knew was waiting for him. On a beautiful sunny summer day, in the middle of the city in a specially protected area, another group of hunters prepared for a dungeon raid. The man with the big hammer loudly told the rest of the team that if they were ready, the operation could begin. This was a sea-level dungeon, or maybe even higher, so everyone had to be careful. Besides a well-prepared weapon, it was also worth thinking about your safety, which can never be too much. Next to our hero was a pretty young girl who noticed that this was her first raid in a dungeon of this level. And she was a little worried, which could not be said of our hero's behavior, who showed no signs of excitement. He calmed her down and told her that the leader of the group was a very experienced warrior, so if they followed all his orders and wishes everything would go well and there was no need to worry. She noted that he also seemed to be a very experienced warrior, judging by his demeanor. Meanwhile, someone in a hoodie was looking at them from the side. That man, whose face was hidden behind a mask, was Shin Junsu. And while the girl was flirting with our hero and asking if he had a girlfriend, the hooded man was telling us about the hero in front of him. He has been an active hunter for 2 years and has about a year of practical combat experience. He started out as a member of the Daw0n Guild, where the master was one of the most experienced warriors. He remembered sitting at the table and discussing the situation with his brother regarding the auction bids for this level's dungeon, and he explained that his brother should probably go to a higher level dungeon to show off his skills, to which his opponent at the table replied that there was a good chance of finding a lot of treasure in that level of dungeon. The big guilds that get the most loot tend to go there. To which his brother replied that this level of dungeon was just pocket money for big guilds. His brother replied that even half the loot was worth trying for a new guild like them, so they should try. They were sitting at a beautiful dining table with lots of delicious food. The man continued. After they got their booty, he would be able to improve the equipment of all his team members and train them in the best places. Enthusiastic and full of hope, he asked his brother to wait, for soon the whole world would know about the Daw0n Guild. But it wasn't to be, and here's why. He remembered the phone call when he received the unpleasant news from the association. The next second he couldn't hold back his emotions and yelled at one of the office staff, telling them that it wasn't possible that his brother was dead. And it didn't make any sense because he was a very experienced B-class warrior and hunter, so he couldn't have been killed in such a low-level dungeon. To which the office worker replied that it wasn't just any dungeon, it was an unconfirmed level dungeon, and the investigation showed that it was a high-risk location. This information caused great surprise in the man, who calmed down a bit, but inside he realized that his brother's death was no accident, because he had made a big bet on one of the stocks the day before, and his brother would never grimace at him. The office worker said he might be right, and asked him if his brother had talked to him about anything the day before. But something was wrong. It looked like someone had done some kind of manipulation with all the bids. He replied to the clerk that his brother had not told him anything specific, and that something had probably gone wrong. The secretary told him that his brother's remains would arrive in 2 days. He felt uncomfortable talking about it, but noted that they were lucky to find his brother and bring his body home. And all because there was only one survivor, thanks to whom they were able to recover his brother's body. This information came as a surprise. The office worker continued that he didn't know the exact details, but there was someone who was able to survive that dungeon. And that someone was very lucky. And we go back to our town, to the team that was preparing to enter the dungeon through the gate. The group leader was full of confidence that they would be able to finish this dungeon quickly without taking any special damage. The hooded man was the last to enter the gate and watched our hero from the sidelines. He wasn't happy with what he heard from the office worker because everyone, including his brother, such an experienced warrior, and the rest of the team had died, and a D-level assistant was only lucky to survive. Something was wrong here. However, if this young man had something to do with his brother's death, he would definitely shift his energy and find out the real truth. Meanwhile, someone else approached the gate, and security was on alert, stopping the man with a warning that there was an operation going on here, so he shouldn't come any closer. The man with the sword behind his back made the excuse that he was also a member of the team. He just got the notification at the wrong time, so he was a little late. He held out the letter authorizing passage and showed it to the guard. He began to laugh. Would he have come here full of weapons on all sides if he wasn't sure he could get through? After some thought and a careful reading of the letter, the guard decided to let him pass. With an evil smile, the man with the sword behind his back said that it was a great relief for him to finally get through, but really, if they didn't let him pass, he would have to kill them all. He was clearly going there for a purpose, looking for someone. And that someone was the youngest of the Daw0n Guild brothers. It was a classic great castle underground, with lots of stone columns, and everything around it was shrouded in half-darkness. The dim light from the candles could barely penetrate, and the remains of fallen heroes and their weapons were scattered here and there on the floor. Meanwhile, our heroes had already managed to deal with one of the level B monsters that had been decapitated and was lying on the ground. The man with the large hammer in his hand cheerfully informed the rest of the team that they had easily defeated this boss. However, the hooded man realized that something was wrong, and that this monster could not be level C, and judging from the knight they had just defeated, the level of this sub-demon was B or even higher. He thought that maybe he should stop hiding his skills until this raid was over, because the situation was getting more dangerous. The man with the hammer turned to him and said that it was because of him that they were able to defeat the knight. But he replied that no, only halfway, because the rest of the team had worked their butts off and were now resting. He looked carefully at these tired heroes, at their weapons, then at the fallen knight, at his weapons, and concluded that he urgently needed to do something about it, because if he brought his more advanced swords here, he could easily finish it off himself. At that time, our hero approached him and offered to do something special if he needed it, but only if he forgets everything after leaving this dungeon. And at that time, this new weapon appeared in front of his eyes, and he noticed that it was completely different from anything he had seen before. He thought to himself that a guy like this, A D-level assistant, who could take just 1 second to create such a perfect weapon like this, didn't do it for nothing. He could not stand it, and when he caught up with our hero, he began to ask who he was. "You should be talking right here, right now." To which our hero replied that he wanted to ask him the same question when they had introduced themselves at the entrance to the gate earlier, because he didn't know his name. The hooded man replied, "Yes, it's true, I didn't introduce myself. So it's time to take off the masks, literally." And he asked our hero if he knew a name like that. It was the name of his older brother, master of the Daw0n Guild, of which our hero was a member a year ago. His face was filled with anger, and without hiding his emotions, he asked our hero to tell him the whole truth about those tragic events, a situation in which our hero survived and his brother died. But he couldn't finish his sentence because in the next second, there was a deafening sound. Someone with tremendous strength attacked them from the side and unleashed his full power in their direction. It was only because of his abilities that the unmasked man was able to jump aside in time and turn away from the danger. What was that? Who attacked them? How did this happen? He asked himself these questions as he covered himself with his swords. Could there still be a monster or something even more terrifying? He couldn't stop wondering. With a leisurely gait and a huge sword on his shoulder, the man who was the cause of the attack on all the heroes walked towards them. Unfortunately, almost all of the hunters died after the attack. The man with the big sword said that he didn't think anyone would be able to dodge his attack so easily. At that time, our protagonist did not stop hiding behind a huge shield. He felt safe behind it. The youngest of the Daw0n Guild brothers had a face full of fear. He didn't understand where this character came from or what he was doing here, but he noticed that he was strong enough to make such an attack. Maybe his level is berserker, if not higher, but definitely several levels higher than him. The man with the huge sword continued to taunt, seeing that our heroes were scared, and said that if they relaxed a bit, things would go much better. And it seems that this assassin came here to finish off the youngest of the Daw0n Guild brothers. By chance, he learned that our protagonist would also be present, and since he couldn't kill our hero before, now it's time for him to take his own life. The youngest of the Guild brothers realized this assassin knew our hero. A man with a giant saber full of red mana realized that he was actually having fun, while the youngest of the Guild brothers prepared to repel his attack, and with incredible force, the full power of this uninvited guest slammed into his side, reflecting on his attack. Our hero thought to himself, "This way, I will be able to defend myself 1 or 2 more times, and then I will not be so sure of myself." But this uninvited guest didn't think of stopping. He continued to make attack after attack. Our hero had no choice but to attack himself, whereupon he quickly jumped forward. But it was over in a second. And with a smile on his face, the uninvited guest realized that this warrior was just a lowlife, incapable of anything. He turned to our hero and told him that he couldn't even begin to believe that this was a battle of 2 against 1. To which our hero replied, "Yeah, I guess you're right." And much to the attacker's surprise, in the next second, he was enveloped in pink strands of mana that immobilized his body. Who would have thought that the same vampire who came to our hero's rescue would be in this dungeon? So this uninvited guest is right, 3 against 1. Our hero wanted to use the accumulated corrupted mana. A system notification informs him that it is currently unavailable. After that, he will receive a penalty and his condition will be drastically reduced. The next second, drops of blood began to fall from his mouth to the ground. He also loses the ability to use a summoned vampire after 10 seconds. In this state of critical injury, his abilities were not enough to continue the fight for even a moment. Unfortunately, the strands of pink mana that had previously enveloped our villain began to dissipate. However, our hero thought that even these 10 seconds would be enough to put a fat point on this fierce battle. And in the next second, our uninvited guest attacked the vampire, calling her bad words at the same time. However, the red-eyed beauty didn't take any damage because she wasn't physically present. Much to our attacker's dismay, his physical strength was of no consequence at this point, and in character type, the vampire compared her attacker to the head of the Daw0n Guild. However, her attacker was inferior in level to the guild leader. She also noted that his weapons were well made. "Well, this all seems like our last meeting," she told him. And in the next second the hunter attacked our culprit with incredible strength. It was the perfect opportunity for a crushing blow while he was distracted by his conversation with the vampire. It was a very bold attack, and the intruder lost his arm as a result. As the vampire disappeared into the darkness of the dungeon, she smiled and said goodbye. There was a large pool of blood on the floor at our villain's feet, and his face reflected great pain and intense frustration. At the same time, he could still hold his sword with one hand, which posed a great danger. The man with the daggers thought it would be hard enough to kill this fiend, but at least in this critical state for him, he could still try to do some crushing damage. He loudly ordered him to drop his weapon in order to stay alive. He added that considering all his sins in the past, the outcome of this battle was a foregone conclusion. Perhaps for the first time in his life, our villain felt like a complete non-entity, incapable of winning this battle. His huge sword struck the stone floor of this dungeon with a resounding thud. However, our warrior realized that his attacker was clearly not going to give up and was up to something. He struck a strange pose and the air swirled around his body. To our hero's surprise, it was the same mana he had used so skillfully. Everyone realized what could happen now, so there was not a second to lose. In the next instant, the dagger-wielding warrior made a leap to deliver the final blow, but much to his dismay, his weapon went through the air and hit the rocks where our villain had just stood. He disappeared, and it was a special magic, a special teleportation of a physical body in space. Our protagonist noted that they were lucky in their situation because the villain could have used some other magic. He added that the dagger warrior was incredibly lucky, because if it had been a different level of attack, there wouldn't have been a trace of our hunter. Our hero approached the man who had just saved them. He told him that he would tell him the whole truth about what happened to the Daw0n Guild and his older brother a year ago. He has the right to know the truth. We return to the city, where a large number of medics are carrying out the bodies of fallen warriors. Our heroes watch from the sidelines. Feelings of great sorrow have gripped their hearts. They also realize that they won't be able to tell the whole truth, and will have to deceive others by saying that our warriors died in this dungeon at the hands of some monster. Our protagonist added that they have no other choice now, because according to the security chief's information, there were a total of 7 people involved in the raid in this location. However, only a few minutes after they entered the dungeon, someone else with a special pass was able to enter this heavily guarded area, and that someone was deliberately late. That can't be, his new friend declared in surprise. Yes, it can't be, confirmed our protagonist. But this unbelievable fact did happen. Someone had forged this special pass, or maybe on the contrary, this pass was real. And as our hero said before, it was probably the same certificate he had seen a year ago, when it was possible to bid on a dungeon of an unconfirmed level and receive such a pass at the auction. He added that he didn't know the ultimate goal of the people behind this, but it was definitely being done by someone who was a very powerful player, who had a lot of power and a lot of money. Because if an ordinary team, if a small guild gets caught up in something like this, their fate is sealed and their guild is shut down. So maybe this is someone who can afford to do such a thing and not be afraid of being caught and exposed as an imposter. His opponent nodded in agreement, realizing that there were some complicated people behind this. Our hero continued. Therefore, even the members of the Daw0n Guild family, including his new friend, had to lie all the time. And it was all done on purpose because there might be people who would start their own investigation and interfere with the plans of the invisible conspirators in the future. Then the man added that he understood our hero's logic, because innocent people could have been hurt. Everything was already clear to him. And he turned to our hero. He had another very important question which he could not understand. He was interested in our hero's ability to create new weapons quickly and with high quality. Why is he hiding it? Why is he concealing it? I mean, it didn't make any sense. Not wanting to go into too much detail, our hero replied briefly. Until about a year ago, all of his skills were negligible. He could barely make 1 or 2 swords, and even then, they were of so-so level. Even he couldn't call himself a D-level helper. However, a year ago, in the face of imminent death in an unconfirmed level dungeon, an incredible ability was able to manifest in his body. Because of this event, he was able to stay alive. Our hero realizes that this sounds unbelievable and even suspicious. If he were in his interlocutor's shoes, he wouldn't have believed such information either. Our hero had a noble plan, as any worthy warrior should. And as soon as he finds the culprit behind all these events, he will tell the whole truth to the world. He will tell the whole truth to the aggrieved relatives of the fallen heroes. But that doesn't change the fact that he still has to hide everything. He then apologizes to his interlocutor and bows deeply in his direction. It's an honorable act on his part. He adds that the day will surely come when he will find all those responsible for his brother's death, and they will receive the punishment they deserve. Our hero's interlocutor obviously did not expect such an apology. Find all the culprits, but who exactly, he told our hero, and he asked him not to act as if it was only his problem. He already stepped aside and signaled that he wanted to end this conversation. He added that only one thing is clear to him so far, that our hero is not the culprit behind all these events. Other information doesn't satisfy him, and he can't accept it. He slows down a bit, turns to our hero, and adds that they are now in the same position and completely equal, because he has seen the whole truth with his own eyes. And although his eyes are now open, his mouth must still be closed for the sake of those who must not yet know all the truth. And he added that in the name of his brother, he would certainly find and punish all those responsible. And from this moment on, he told our hero that he was at his disposal. And at the same time, a pillar of pink light appeared in an old abandoned room of some factory. It was this teleport. And out of that teleporter appeared the same man who was missing an arm but still had a big sword. He fell to his knees and began cursing his tormentors. He promised to find and kill them all. But his speech was interrupted by a woman's voice. The girl told him that she didn't know who he was talking to, but the fact that he ran away like a loser made him very pathetic in her eyes. Maybe it would have been better if he'd shown up dead. At least she'd have a chance to use her magic and summon another demon. Then she could sacrifice him and use her abilities. And he clearly didn't like what he was hearing from her at such a difficult moment for him. She advised him not to act like a complete idiot because the very man who had high hopes for him might still need him. Although in her opinion this kneeling man in front of her was just pathetic, and in the next second something terrifying appeared in front of his eyes. It was incomprehensible. It was either some kind of monster or some kind of one-eyed cyclops, but he was clearly terrified after seeing it. "What's that?" he shouted loudly. With a smile on her face, the woman advised him not to refuse her gift, because it was his new hand. It was her little magic she wanted to use on him. He was beyond furious, and began to shout at her that she didn't think he would just take it, swallow it, something completely incomprehensible. With a wide smile on her face, she told him that she realized they didn't have the best relationship and couldn't really trust each other. But in his situation, he had no choice but to listen to her. "Well, now it seems that someone has to trust me and not act like a complete idiot." She added that even though he lost an arm, that's a lot. She doesn't know if his hand was the leading hand, but if he could do much with one hand, I don't think so. The man didn't hide his annoyance at what he'd heard, so he swallowed her little gift and nearly vomited. She happily added that she would now see what would really happen to him. If he's up to something, even if it's unlikely, we'll see what happens to him now. And in the next second, something strange happened. She had not expected such a quick reaction from her little creature. At the same moment, to his surprise, the man had a new arm. The girl added that this was just one of the possible ways his new hand could manifest. At the appropriate moment, this hand will automatically take on a new appearance. She added that if he didn't like her new gift, he could say so now. This little baby inside of him is her creation. So now she can do whatever she wants with him. Not holding back his emotions, the man shouted loudly that he was now ready to kill them all, even her. To himself, he remembered each one by name, calling them bad words. A large number of journalists had gathered at the city's main airport to wait for a very important person. A young couple sat on a bench and discussed what was happening. The girl said that some famous celebrity must be flying in because of all the cameras and reporters. To which the young man replied, after reading the news, that it turns out it wasn't a celebrity, but a hunter, and not just any hunter, but a master of one of the 3 strongest guilds in South Korea. The girl replied with astonishment that she had heard of them, but why would they come through the airport by plane when it was a guild from our country? The young man, scrolling through the news feed, replied that it was a special invitation from the United Kingdom because the guild was involved in a very difficult raid in a dangerous dungeon. The girl with the microphone shouted, "Here they come." In the next second, a myriad of bright camera flashes bathed everything in white light. A beautiful young girl in a strict business suit caught the attention of the audience. She was bombarded with questions from journalists. Everyone wanted to know from her how successful the raid had been. Is it true that they received astronomical rewards from the British government? And did she really think that one of the 3 strongest guilds should participate in some overseas raids? As if oblivious to all these questions, the girl stepped forward with a slight smile. Her assistant interrupted the reporters, saying that they were not ready to answer right now, and that there would be a formal interview with the reporters later, where they could ask all their questions. On the way into town, the two girls rode in the car and discussed current events. The assistant guildmaster praised her boss that everything had gone well enough. She cleared her schedule for tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, she has a meeting with the other representatives of one of the strongest guilds. The girl in the expensive business suit continued to stare out of the window, as if she was not paying attention to this conversation. "Oh, and there's more," her assistant said. "A strange thing happened 2 days ago." That was when her supervisor took notice. "Where exactly?" she asked. The assistant replied, "It happened 2 days ago, in the error dungeon," she continued. "According to eyewitnesses and the head of security here, someone was able to enter this underground 2 days ago. That someone was late, and their appearance coincided with the appearance of an assassin who literally wiped out the entire team. According to the association's official report, there were only 2 survivors. It was one of the B-level warriors, and our main character was a D-level support." "Survivors? A D-level support?" the guildmaster asked in surprise. The two of them were stunned by this information. How could a D-level assistant survive an encounter with that assassin? And were the skills of the other survivor really that good? The assistant replied that she didn't have any more information yet, and she didn't know exactly what the situation was. But what she does know is that according to the report, the 2 survivors have given their official statement. According to them, the rest of the crew died in some kind of accident in the dungeon. The guildmaster, who was holding her chin in her hand, thought deeply about this information. She had a few guesses about it. It was possible that these 2 survivors were on the same side as the executioner who killed everyone else, or they were scared enough to keep them alive for some other greater purpose. But there was another possibility. She instructed her assistant to arrange a meeting with them. She was curious to hear for herself what they would tell her in person. Meanwhile, in his small but cozy apartment, our protagonist reviewed reports and other information. His search was fruitless. In the entire pile of association documents, he could not find any record of a man with a sword like the killer's. This meant that he was not listed in the base and was not an official. It also meant that he usually hid his appearance and could appear in different guises. Our hero continued to contemplate. What he could be sure of was that this person was responsible for all the murders that had occurred in the unconfirmed level and error dungeons. Also, the very existence of such a dungeon might have been the result of his involvement with the very association that was causing all these problems. Perhaps even the very expensive mansion where our vampire lived was built in a special way to attract the best warriors, including the dead master of the Daw0n Guild. It seems that this palace was a special trap to ruin the best warriors, because without them, the world could be in great danger. Our hero was frightened by the fact that these dungeons kept popping up. He was also worried about the information about the appearance of the assassin in different places, who was sent to different locations, separate from the main force. So it was possible that this kind of attack from his side could have happened in the city as well. No sooner had he come to a logical conclusion after all these thoughts than the phone rang at the same time. It was an unknown number. "Yes, hello," he said. Meanwhile, the cat slept peacefully on the floor at his feet. A voice on the other end of the line said, "This is the phone number for the D-level support, right?" Much to the surprise of our hero, who has no idea what's going on. We are transported to the bar of an expensive hotel in the city, where late at night an unexpected meeting of 2 people took place. Sitting near the bar in a fancy dress, the girl was waiting for someone. "I expected you to come in more business-like clothes. Did I ask for too much?" she said. And in the meantime, our protagonist appeared, who came to meet this girl. As he approached the bar, our hero replied that he had never been to a place like this before and that he didn't trust people much lately. He was very disturbed by the fact that she was able to find out his phone number and where he lived. "Your address?" the girl asked in surprise, pretending to know almost nothing. "Ah, I think that idiot came to see you. I remember," she said. "Yes, that's right. I remember him coming up to you with his stupid smile and his huge self-confidence." She assured our hero that there was nothing to worry about because the guy hadn't said anything unnecessary. And now she showed all her feminine charm and started flirting and teasing with him. But our hero told her in all seriousness that he was here on business. She didn't have any more serious questions for him. The beauty interrupted him and offered a seat as she had ordered drinks for both of them. To which the young man replied that this was not the kind of conversation to discuss such things over a glass of whiskey. So if she had nothing else to say, he had a serious conversation to have with her. Then begin, she suggested to him with interest. She wanted to know from him how he had managed to defeat this particular monster, this vampire, with what kind of weapon. She remembered that she had also been in that dungeon, but she hadn't seen the whole end of the battle because she had lost consciousness. She was very curious to know how they were able to win, since the guildmaster's physical condition did not allow him to continue fighting. To this, our hero replied that he was just an ordinary D-level helper, so it would be better if she asked the guildmaster directly, but our hero couldn't give her a clear answer in this situation. He replied that he was just using his last energy to make another sword. Unfortunately, he doesn't know anything else. The girl replied with a grin, "Yes, I see." An awkward pause hung in the air. They both remained silent and looked at each other. After a while, the girl spoke first, twirling her whiskey glass in her hands. "This may sound ridiculous," she continued, "but it seems that some outsider, some completely bizarre character is hunting down the best hunters, all the guild masters, and killing them one by one. Maybe I'll be his next victim?" she asked her interlocutor mockingly. Our hero replied that, in his opinion, the fact that she had entered the dungeon by mistake meant that she was in danger. The girl replied that his reasoning was quite logical, so she agreed with his assumption. However, in her opinion, there is a certain inconsistency in his logic. Even though she is not directly connected to the association, there is also a person who is not connected to anyone and whose life may also be threatened. This is our hero. "Maybe you're in danger too?" she said to our hero in a lowered voice. Showing her feminine charm, she flirted with him again and asked him what he thought about it. Maybe he wants her to protect him because she has strong true warrior abilities. But our hero abruptly turned around and declared that their conversation had come to an end, so he was ending the meeting. He turned back to her and quickly said, "Take note of what I just told you. Your life is in danger." Then he left. The next moment, the girl was already talking to someone on the phone. "Yes, he just left," she said to someone. "Make the best of it, because this is your unique opportunity, and you got it because of the big debt you have to pay back." We realize that this girl is clearly involved in some terrible and devious plan against our hero. Also, traces of pink mana began to appear in the air. So perhaps this whole conversation was a trap and she had deliberately dragged our hero here to cast her magic on him. Her interlocutor was the same assassin who had destroyed many heroes before. "Well, I guess this is worth a look," she said. Our hero has barely walked a few meters through the late evening streets when he suddenly meets someone he did not expect to see here and now. The man across from him said, It's been a long time." With a mocking tone, he tells our hero that he is amazed at his courage. It's literally been a few days since those tragic events, and here he is, walking unprotected down that dark street late at night, all alone, just like that, so easily. But maybe you're just a brainless person and a complete idiot. As he approached our hero, the man with the big sword said with great irritation and anger. And no matter what our hero did now, no matter where he ran, it was all useless. He was sure that our hero didn't even realize that he was already trapped. All the while they were talking to our hero in the bar, the girl was casting her magic, which created a special barrier. And as long as events are happening inside, no one outside that barrier will ever know about it. And there's no way for the two of them to get out of here. One of them has to die. "Well, that's not bad," said the man. "And besides the fact that all exits and entrances to this dome are blocked, thanks to special magic, a virtual space has been created that imitates reality." Our hero also found something to answer him, saying that he was a little worried about all the residents around him who were sleeping. This killer might have been able to get to them as well, but according to our hero, he didn't. Well, that was a relief because our hero felt no trace of damaged mana. The man across from our hero continued to shout nasty things in his direction, and his hand was already reaching for his sword. Unexpectedly, our hero told him that he was looking forward to this meeting. He knew that this killer was after him, and that it had to be tonight. The meeting took place. In the next second, the man drew his sword and started slashing at our hero. "Just imagine, a D-level support who can't do anything on his own," he said. He struck with tremendous force, and his sword rang brightly in the air, flashing red flames. This killer was very annoyed that our hero acted as if nothing had happened. To the villain's great surprise, an incredibly beautiful and large sword appeared in front of our hero's face, and its blue light could be seen from afar. The villain realized that this sword was clearly not meant for him. He was very surprised that our hero not only survived his attack, but also managed to create a great new weapon, because after such a heavy blow, many other hunters would definitely die. With a very serious voice, our hero told him that for the first time in a long time, he finally had a chance to fight this villain one-on-one. And now he didn't have to worry about anyone seeing his abilities. The next second, a man with a sword rushed towards our hero. He still naively believed that our hero was incapable of fighting alone. "Well, you're not so wrong. Not 100%, our protagonist said. "Try this," and he activated his magic. At this late hour, there was someone else who wanted to see things with his own eyes. The same guildmaster, a beauty who kept to her strict dress code even at night without taking off her sunglasses. She could not see the presence of the gate, but she could feel the corrupted mana. Her level was that of a saint. Her class meant that she was above average among her kind. Also, the heroes of this level often use general mana, and they can also use a special power. And while their special power can be the opposite of corrupted mana, calipers of this class cannot see corrupted mana, but they can sense it. Her assistant was excited and asked if she should inform the association, because the corrupted mana in the middle of the city was very suspicious and worrisome. Her supervisor sternly replied that it was not worth it yet, and if she did not return within 30 minutes, she would ask the girl to inform the association of what had happened. She pulled out her magic weapon, which activated and began to emit a pleasant yellow light. After that, she went to where she thought the hidden gate was. At this time, her subordinate was watching her boss from the sidelines. It looked like there was some kind of wall, or maybe the guildmaster sensed something. The next second, the girl opened her mouth in surprise, and her eyes widened in amazement at what she had just seen. As if by magic, the guildmaster passed through an invisible wall and immediately disappeared as if she had never been there. The girl even shuddered a little at the slight fear she felt inside, and no matter how carefully she looked, she couldn't find the guildmaster anywhere. With great excitement, she said that she hoped nothing bad had happened to her. At that time, the place where our hero was fighting the villain saw and heard big bright flashes from the explosion of energy grenades. Huge swords, knives, and daggers skillfully made by our hero flew toward the assassin. He could barely dodge, and used all his skills just to stay on his feet. Like slow-motion footage from the movie The Matrix, the swords flew millimeters away from his body, barely touching his clothes. As he continued to dodge our hero's blows, he kept calling him bad names and saying that he was using tricks that barely worked. In the next second, a deafening and violent explosion sounded near our villain's body, and a large amount of bright light illuminated everything around. It was a special energy grenade used by special forces in dungeons against large monsters. Our hero threw a large number of these grenades at the villain, and the explosions went off one after another. He did this with great ease, controlling the movement of all the weapons with one hand, while a girl appeared on the roof of one of the houses and watched from the side. Observing our hero's skills, she realized that he could cause her trouble because he was clearly not just a D-level support. She noted to herself that she didn't see anything special in his abilities yet. The weapons he makes are quite good. Yes, it's strong and powerful and sharp. However, since he only uses this weapon by showing off his skills, it is not designed for prolonged battles and can be easily destroyed. But she was surprised by the way our hero uses these weapons, actively throwing them in large numbers at the villain, who can barely dodge them, even though this warrior has quite a lot of experience. The speed, the angle of attack, the strength, and the determination with which our hero produces his weapons make you realize that he is truly above being a D-level sidekick. In addition, our hero makes heavy use of grenades, materializing them literally out of nowhere and using them at the right time and place. This is also a very strong indicator of an experienced warrior. She couldn't stop wondering and asking herself, had this young man been so secretive, keeping his skills to himself until now? There was a pause in the battle, and our villain was able to catch his breath and cough. Our hero realized that the weapons he had produced against his opponent might not have been very good in battles against large monsters, but they were extremely effective against humans here. And when the smoke of the battle cleared, we could see that the villain, leaning on his sword, was already visibly wounded, with a large amount of blood on his clothes and weapon. Smiling, our hero asked him if he wanted to surrender, to which his opponent replied with anger in his eyes, that he was a complete idiot and began to curse at him. Our hero, knowing full well that his opponent would respond in this manner, explained to him that he had asked his question out of a sense of great courtesy and tact. Like a seasoned internet troll, he stood and smiled, looking into his opponent's eyes. Before his opponent could catch his breath, a huge amount of mana swords descended upon him in the same second. It was a hard blow from our hero. He clenched his fist and struck a powerful blow, causing a great flash of lightning to go off all around. After a while, when the smoke had dispersed to the sides, this fiend was still on his feet, although his weapon was on the ground. The next second, his right hand activated and began to take on a monstrous, terrifying appearance. All because of the magic of the girl who was watching them from the side. With a subtle chuckle, she told our hero that since her colleague was in danger, she simply had to help him, and if she had known that this would happen, she would have helped her colleague from the beginning. But she needed that pause to gather the necessary information against our hero, and now this villain's new weapon allowed him to fight more effectively with all the attacks and swords our warrior made. Our hero was well aware that his opponent's right hand was in perfect condition for a reason. He could see and feel the huge amount of damaged mana dissipating around him. Therefore, in the next second, he produced a large blue sword that immediately flew towards his attacker with great speed. But at that moment, with a single movement of his right hand, his opponent destroyed our hero's huge sword, which was shattered in half. Literally in the next second, a powerful attack came upon our hero, and he barely had time to raise his shield. He felt the pressure of the attack, so he hardly held back the onslaught. The girl beside him noted that it would not be easy to defeat him. She continued to analyze what she had seen when, in the next second, our hero's hand reached into his pocket for something. It was the same gift from the late guildmaster that he had received as a reward for signing the contract. It was a small red pebble that contained the last tears of the defeated monster boss. If our hero takes this stone, he will be able to change his class to the level of the hero who dealt the final blows to the monster in the dungeon. Unfortunately, when this minute is over, our hero will have lost 99% of his stamina. He never thought that he would have to do this and accept this stone, but he had no other choice. With his new fearsome arm in the form of a huge sword, his enemy stood helplessly watching. Fury and immense rage enveloped his entire body. Without a second thought, our hero swallowed this small but very useful stone. No sooner had he done so than his enemy came at him with a new attack without wasting any time. The next second, something strange happened to our hero, but he stood still, realizing that he had something to answer this attack. A new system notification informed our hero that the stone's ability had been activated, and for the entire next minute, our hero's class, rank, and abilities would be the same as the very same guildmaster who had previously fought the most powerful boss. Much to the villain's disappointment, his attack was unsuccessful as his weapon was hit by our hero's oversized sword. Our protagonist then smiled and announced that the second round had begun. The next moment, his sword flashed bright red flames, and everything around him was covered in huge tongues of hot fire. He activated his new skill. Looking at our hero from the side, this beautiful but evil sorceress could not believe in such a dramatic transformation of our hero. "It can't be," she said to herself, and from his new appearance she could guess what he had swallowed, what it was. She realized that for our hero, it was a temporary change in his level, his class, due to this stone. All the new energy and strength he had gained was also a temporary phenomenon. But what bothered her was his new weapon. How could she sense the corrupted mana emanating from our hero's huge new sword? It can't be that he got that power from that person. How could an ordinary hunter use corrupted mana? She couldn't stop wondering and asking herself a lot of questions because nothing was coming together in her head. But to make sense of it, we need to understand something about our hero. After the raid in the dungeon with the giant robot dolls where the fancy mansion was, our hero had 0% corrupted mana left. However, thanks to our hero's ability to absorb damaged mana, this stone did not go unnoticed by him. He was able to use this small rock, which emitted a small amount of the very mana he needed. Thanks to the system that showed him new messages, he was able to see that his accumulated mana level had increased to 100%. Therefore, at the moment of greatest danger to himself, he was able to activate a new demonic weapon production ability. It took all of his accumulated mana to produce that level of weapon. It didn't take long for our hero to produce this new sword. And this beautiful new sword had its own name, as all masterpiece weapons do. The name of this sword is Fragric. Without wasting any time, Our hero rushed forward in a swift leap to attack and finally defeat his enemy. Their weapons combined in an unbelievably powerful battle in which each displayed their best warrior skills. It was a fight not for life, but for death. Unfortunately for our hero's enemy, there was nothing he could do to counter our warrior. He wielded his sword like a giant flaming whip, swinging it from side to side and throwing his opponent far away. It seemed that even the new sword that came out of this villain's hand didn't help him at all. Our hero didn't stop throwing punches. Wasting no time while his abilities were active, he made another jump and attacked his opponent. And while these two seasoned warriors continued their furious battle, the girl stood back and continued to philosophize, asking herself questions about our hero's ability and his weapons. She was very surprised by our hero's skill in moving quickly during battle, and it felt like he had been making this sword for a long time. How was it that this stone not only allowed him to change his class, but also gave him new skills and experience? And even though our hero had no experience of fighting in combat in his previous life. However, thanks to such an inconsistency, the new sword that appeared in our hero was able to show itself in all its glory. Compared to the Leviathan sword that the Guildmaster had before, the new sword was one level lower in its ability to deal damage. However, the new sword was capable of fighting demonic monsters, unlike Leviathan, which specialized in firepower. Our hero's consciousness and all his feelings were crystal clear. He knew exactly what he was doing and why he was doing it. He had the impression that every action he took with his new weapon was controlled by someone from outside, and whatever thoughts he has about his new weapon at any given moment are amplified many times over, allowing him to do his best in battle. It is clear that it is the sword that moves our hero, not the other way around. But compared to all the previous weapons our hero had produced, his new sword had one interesting feature. It fit him perfectly in all its qualities. Of course, this was not good news for his enemy. Therefore, his opponent was constantly receiving this sword from all sides, and at the moment of his next strike, our protagonist was able to inflict almost critical damage on his enemy. The impact was so powerful that huge flames could be seen in the surrounding area for a long time. Afterwards, his attacker was lying on the ground upside down. Perhaps for the first time in his life, the protagonist was afraid of his power. He thought he had killed his enemy completely, and let the sword fall from his hands. And at the most inopportune moment, the magic stone stopped working. Also, thanks to the actions of the sorceress who helped her colleague, the villain was able to get back on his feet. Much to the disappointment of our hero realized that judging by his opponent's injuries, he only had to land one more critical strike, and the matter would be over. He rushed to attack, and in the next second something incredible happened. Once again, a third force had entered their duel. Someone had manifested their magic and was casting astonishingly powerful spells at this villain. To our hero's surprise, he found that a different kind of energy was being used here, on a completely different level. This meant that someone else had intervened in their battle. At that time, the girl who could do all this appeared behind his back. She told him that she would like to talk about a lot of things, but this was not the time for explanatory conversations, and judging by his injuries, they were quite serious. So she ordered him to remain still and calm and stay where he was. She reassured our hero. She will also make sure that this villain doesn't disappear anywhere. She managed to use her magic to bind his hands and immobilize him. He couldn't go anywhere. And thanks to her superpowers, in the next second, it was as if the villain had turned back into a human being. His eyes took on a normal look. In his usual way, this villain was able to speak again. So the first thing he did was to curse our heroes heavily because he couldn't move. Our heroes didn't like that very much. The next second, a huge guillotine appeared in front of their enemy's eyes, much to his disappointment and surprise. Our exhausted protagonist and his assistant stood silently looking at their opponent, realizing what was about to happen. This killer heard a sound above his head. It was the whistle of a sliding guillotine. 1 second and it was over. And at that moment, we realize who made such a guillotine and used it against the enemy of our heroes. It was the same sorceress who had been standing on the sidelines all along. The spellcaster told them that she did not expect this to happen to her colleague. She thought he would suffer, so she decided to do it. This useless man annoyed her. So she used her magic for its intended purpose. It was already clear to her here, so in the next second she touched her finger to finish the job. However, when the girl from our team saw that her opponent wanted to use her magic, she ordered her to give in immediately and stop resisting. but the evil sorceress just said that there was nothing she could do and smiled maliciously. And in the next second, a huge pillar of yellow color appeared in front of our hero's eyes. To the girl's surprise, she had not expected her opponent to have the same abilities she possessed. If she were under that pillar of energy at that moment, she would die instantly. Only now did she realize who she was dealing with. The evil sorceress was able to create a protective dome around herself and her associate. Meanwhile, a girl on our team thought that maybe there was someone else who was helping her. But this evil sorceress told them that she had a special crystal that she could use to harness this energy. But she's not going to use that energy to fight our heroes. She told them that they would surely meet again and our hero would regret it. Then she activated the teleporter and vaporized incredibly fast together with her colleague. The girl in sunglasses marveled again at the ability of this evil sorceress. She was very strong. Only now, with sadness in her eyes, could she turn her attention to our hero, who was lying unconscious on the ground, immobile and exhausted. Our hero gradually regained consciousness. He found himself in an unfamiliar place. The bright light of the lamps fell from the ceiling, and his usual state of mind returned to him. Lifting himself up a little, he found himself lying on the couch, albeit wearing only one sock. Looking around, he saw a spacious, clean room that was unfamiliar to him. He wondered where he was and how he could have gotten here if he had been unconscious earlier. It was a very large room, a kind of huge apartment, furnished to the highest standards. "How long has it been since I slept?" he asked himself. That night he was at the height of his powers. He was so tired that he must have slept for about a week, but now he feels completely recovered. Surprisingly, our protagonist discovered that he had special magical bracelets on his hands that restricted his movements and prevented him from using magic. At this point, he turned to the girl who had entered the room and started talking to him. She told him that she wasn't yet sure of his physical condition, how well he was doing, but that she was working as hard as she could to help him. It was the same girl who had saved our hero earlier. Still stylishly dressed, she carried a cup of hot coffee, which she placed on the table next to our hero. With a high degree of hospitality, she asked our hero if he was uncomfortable or if he needed anything. He could ask her for anything. The young man replied that she made him feel comfortable. He told her thank you. First and foremost, he thanked her for helping and healing him. But he immediately went on to ask why on earth his hands were tied. The girl placed the cup of hot coffee on the table and lowered her eyes to the floor. Then, in a calm but very stern voice, she said that from this point on she wanted him to answer her questions as honestly and openly as possible. She called his name and turned in his direction. She was curious to know why he was in this place with these people. And after his answers she would be able to answer all his questions. Then she held a cup of hot coffee closer to our warrior. The guy thought that she obviously knew more about him than he realized. After all, she knows his name very well and who he is. And before he starts answering all her questions, we need to understand something about this girl. The young man didn't need to say her name to know who he was dealing with. She was well known not only among the hunters, but also among the ordinary people. That was because she was a very high-ranking saint and a Hyunmu guild master. After answering her questions, our hero took advantage of the break to take a few sips of coffee. Strong and hot, just what you need. He began to think about everything that had happened, and some things didn't add up in his head. For example, the fact that she was a guild master. But according to his memories of past reincarnations, this guild was not one of the 3 most powerful guilds in Korea. In general, the concept of the 3 strongest guilds was lost in the past. In fact, it was a battle, even a certain show, of 2 powerful warriors constantly sharing the role of the guild's strongest master among themselves. And yet, among all the other guilds, there was one called Sol Link. But this guild wasn't some kind of rival to the others. Rather, it was a level below the others. But the current composition of the guild was completely different, and this guild lived up to its name. It was clearly higher in level than the previous 2 guilds. This difference was so impressive. The difference between what he had seen and observed in his current life and the memories he had, it took some time for our hero to analyze and find the right information. He wanted to know how this guild had become so powerful. And the reason was this woman. She was the foundation of this guild's amazing transformation. And all the time our hero was telling her. And then the girl interrupted him a little bit and said that to make a long story short, he just came home and went about his business. Is this true? It turns out that this girl was the best recovery support of all of them. And she's made incredible progress from C rank to S rank. As if to sum up his words, our hero added, "Yes, indeed, I wasn't with them. In fact, I was attacked by them on my way home." His hands reached for the cup of hot coffee to take another sip. But in her past life, before she became a guildmaster, this girl was just an ordinary support who stopped developing after reaching level B. Our hero didn't know her personally, but their paths had crossed a few times in the dungeons when the guilds worked together on a common task. Sitting on the expensive couch with his hands tied, he calmly looked into her eyes and waited for her answer. And as far as he could remember, she had never been weak, and there had always been an aura of grace and grandeur about her. But she was a modest girl compared to the one he sees before him now. It's a rather striking change in personality. With her whole current appearance, she let everyone around her know that she was a strong leader and a very skilled warrior. Our hero isn't quite sure why her personality and abilities haven't developed as much as they used to, but there was no doubt that they had significantly affected her. He then remembered the situation where he found himself unconscious a few minutes later. In that state, he had every reason to believe that she might also be involved in this conspiracy, so he couldn't trust her. And yet, she saved him and was able to defend him against that warrior and his assistant. After listening to our hero, the girl told him that she wanted to ask him one more question. She was very curious to know where our hero met this killer, and when it happened. He made a serious face and looked away, then said that it was not a question he could not answer. But before he told her the truth, he would like her to answer his question. Sitting in her chair with her arms crossed, the girl even twitched a little in surprise at his words. Our hero shifted his gaze and told her that it was now clear to him that she too was intimately acquainted with the very same murderer. He considered several things. First, she had not informed the association of his current situation. Second, given that he's tied up, and the fact that she's doing a certain amount of interrogation with him personally, he concludes that she seems to have been interested in tracking down this killer on her own. Probably due to the fact that our hero was also on his trail, it all seemed suspicious to him, so he had reason to doubt her sincerity. With a broad smile, the girl asked him if he really doubted her after she saved his life. Our hero replied by raising his arms to show that he was bound. "Of course, I think I can ask you my questions too. Look, I can't even use my magic," he told her. Then he added that she had every chance and opportunity to kill him, and yet she did not. Perhaps it was a slight provocation on the part of our hero, but after his words, the girl became a bit nervous and began to speak quite emotionally. She had no intention of harming our hero's health in any way. But he didn't let her finish and interrupted her, adding that he had every reason not to believe her. Our hero went on to say, yes, of course she saved his life for the moment, and the fact that she fought the killer in some way, he remembers very well. But all this is obviously not enough for him to tell her everything he knows. He went on to talk about the heliotine that had appeared unexpectedly at the most inopportune moment. What was it for? For what purpose? Somehow at that very moment she was in a fight with that assassin. Or maybe it's because it was originally set up to get the right information from him, to get him to tell everything he knows. He was also disturbed by the fact that she was able to get through that insurmountable barrier that had been set up so that no one could get through by the words of that very same assassin. Our hero looked directly into her eyes, raised his hands and jabbed his index finger in her direction, then added, "If you really know this killer well, you realize that my suspicions are not just empty paranoia." He admits that she may not be answering his questions precisely enough right now, but he wants her to prove her non-involvement and lack of connection to these villains. The conversation took an unexpected turn for the girl, and she paused for a moment to think things over. She smiled and started to speak. Did he really think that she might have something to do with those villains? That sounds rather unfriendly on his part. Well, at least she can tell the whole truth about her identity now. She then began a story about who she was. She began by saying that she once had a younger sister who was very talented, incredibly capable in comparison. It seems that our hero was familiar with this name. Yes, that's right, he knew that name. The image of that girl appeared before his eyes, and it was definitely not a coincidence. No one else could have been in her place. Her younger sister was well known to our hero, because in a past life this girl was one of those who were called a hero. So that's whose sister she really was. The girl went on to say that her sister was so talented that many guilds tried to sign her up, but she turned them all down. Perhaps the reason for her refusal was that her older sister was crazy about her, so she was always trying to be there for her. She continued, One day, 2 years ago, her sister, very excited and enthusiastic, ran home and announced that if everything went well, they would be able to start their own guild. She couldn't stop talking and held out a piece of paper. It was a paper stamped by the association that they had won the auction to use the next gate and go down into the dungeon. Unfortunately, it was a trap that cost many lives. In the next second, our hero interrupted her story and explained that this paper must have been a fake, and the very gate they were about to go through led the entire team to an unconfirmed level dungeon. The girl exclaimed in surprise, how on earth could he know that when he was right? It was indeed an unconfirmed, even dangerous dungeon with a high-risk level. However, it was still a dungeon that she could get out of, but suddenly, that very person appeared. It was a complete surprise to the two girls who were standing at the edge of a large cliff. Turning to the man, her younger sister shouted out why the hell he was stalking them. It was the same killer known to all our heroes that she was addressing. This man, with a confident walk, slowly and leisurely approached the two girls. Above his head he held his huge sword, which was covered in blood. And that could only mean one thing: he was using it against humans, not monsters. With a bitter smile on his face he said that he had no choice. Therefore it seems that these two girls will suffer the same fate as their guild members. The girls became very worried, and one of the sisters began to shout and curse at the man. She used her magic and fire appeared in her palms. Tongues of flame developed at her sides. She declared that if he made another move, she would use all her powers to stop him. She wasn't going to let some idiot do whatever he wanted. In a mocking tone he replied, "Look at that. It seems someone has the guts to say those words to him." With that he clenched his sword more tightly and began to swing it. Standing back, the eldest sister couldn't do anything in such a situation. She didn't have that ability. She just stood there and watched what would happen next. But in the next second the strongest blow of the sword knocked one of the sisters off her feet, and then she flew away and fell down the cliff. The man declared with a smile on his face that he had gotten rid of a small fly. Now he could really start doing what he had in mind. It was such a powerful blow that the girl had no chance to show her skills. She was thrown aside and her weapon flew off in another direction. And that was the last time she saw her sister alive. But then, for some unknown reason, I was still alive, though I had also fallen off a cliff, and she began to make her way through the dense forest to find the exact spot where her sister had fallen. She wanted to see her. Somewhere ahead, she saw a human silhouette, and she knew immediately that it was her sister. She ran in her direction. Maybe she's still alive and there's something she can do to help her. Unfortunately, her sister's condition was critical, and nothing could save her. She had lost her forever. Huge streams of tears fell, and she cried and hugged her sister for a long time before she realized that she had lost her forever. After these events, she made a decision to become strong and independent at all costs. She started doing everything she could to raise her level, and then she joined the guild. And just like that, step by step, she grew to her current position. Our hero listened attentively to her story, and by now the coffee in his cup had gone cold. The girl went on to say that at the moment when everything happened, her abilities were quite pathetic. But after her sister's death, something awakened in her. She felt a new inner strength, and it looks like the only reason she was able to survive the confrontation with terrifying villain at that moment was because she had awakened that ability. Because no matter what wounds she received, even if her condition was critical, she could completely heal herself and make herself healthy again. She held out her hand and showed our hero that a light of a pleasant yellow color radiated around her palm. And so, thanks to her new ability, she got everything and more in life. She got something she had never dreamed of before. However, none of this brought her any closer to the most important task she wanted to accomplish. It was the task of finding the very killer who had so callously massacred her sister. She also wanted to find out what organization was behind him and who was helping him. It seems that our hero was able to feel her story deeply. He had been in a similar situation before, running away from a giant monster. He could only watch as that monster massacred his team members. He thought that after all she had said and after she had really shown him her feelings, it would be quite inappropriate for him to continue talking about his rules. He paused briefly and said in a low voice, "Yes, I understand." He got up from the couch, walked closer to her, and said it was his turn to speak, and he told her everything he knew and everything that had happened to him before. "That's all you need to know about me now," he told her. He thanked her again for saving his life. Then he leaned forward and said that he apologized for not being grateful enough to her. No, I understand you perfectly," she said. "Everything you've told me, I would do exactly the same thing if I were you." She squeezed his hand, although it wasn't the most appropriate question. She wondered why he didn't want to join her guild. In her opinion, with everything they knew now, they would complement each other perfectly. They could be great friends who would excel at any task. Just as our hero was about to say something, a young man rushed into the room. He loudly opened the doors and declared that he would not let this happen, no matter what. Still unaware of what was happening, they looked back in the direction of this young man, still holding hands. Someone had overheard their conversation.